Okay. Folks, we're just waiting for quorum. I just this morning found out that one of the committee members won't be here, so we're a little tight. We're just waiting on Councillor Crescenti, who I hear is coming at top speed.
Good morning. Would members of the Planning and Housing Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
Okay, good morning, everybody. I apologize for the lateness of the start. My name is Gord Perks. I am the chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. We have quorum. I am now calling meeting 28 to order. Welcome. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com, Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Planning and Housing Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. If you are present in the room and wish to register on an item, please come up to the glass partition located on my right-hand side, and a member of the clerk's staff will come to you. Members, the clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Councillor Nunziata, did you have a...
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to take a moment, if we can, a moment of silence for former City Councillor Giorgio Mammoliti and a former MPP. If we can have a moment of silence and stand. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Councillor Nunziata is moving to confirm the minutes of the January 22nd meeting. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. There is a piece of new business we need to add to the agenda. PH 28.12, updating the effectiveness of the Committee of Adjustment. It's a letter from the mayor. Oh, it's going to be 13? 14, sorry. Item 2814. All those in favor of adding it? Opposed, if any, that carries. Okay, so let's do a run through. Item PH 28. No, we'll do that later. Item PH 28.1, 150 Queens Wharf Road. We have a deputant. Item PH 28.2, 21 Windermere Avenue. We have deputants. Item PH 28.3, which is 1 through 154 Swansea Mews and 21 Windermere Road. The rental housing demolition application decision report. I'll move that. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 28.4, Lawrence Height Revitalization Phase 2, Toronto Builds Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Applications. Decision report for approval. I'll move that. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 28.5, 1 through 97 Dorney Court, 2 through 8 Flemington Road, and 21 through 39 Varna Drive, Toronto Builds, rental housing demolition application. Decision report for approval. I'll move that. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item 28.6, North York at the Center, directions report for an updated secondary plan. We have deputants. Item 28.7, advancing partnerships with community housing sector to build more affordable supportive homes. There are deputants. 28.7, a shared vision to create more affordable and supportive homes and sustain community networks in South Parkdale. There are deputants. Item 28.9, Toronto Heritage Grants. Does anyone want to move that? Councillor Matlow, you like heritage. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item 2810.40, Wabash Avenue, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Thank you. So I'll just move the staff recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item 2811, 53 Strachan Avenue, notion of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. There are deputants. Item 2812, 401 King Street West, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Anyone want to move that? Councillor Nunziata, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 2813, 150 College Street, University College, 15 King's College Circle, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Well, given that in a previous century I attended the University of Toronto, I'm going to move this one. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Do we want to deal with the mayor's letter now, or do you want a chance to read it? Okay, so we'll hold that down and deal with it at some point later in the meeting. Members, we are tight for quorum. being at bare quorum right now, and I understand some members may have some commitments in the evening. We have quite a number of deputants registered. So I'm going to be making a suggestion about putting some limits on deputations. Specifically, I'm going to be moving that with the exception of the statutory public hearing on items PH 28.1 through 28.5, speakers who have not pre-registered be allowed to register to speak until 10 a.m., after which no further registration is allowed and the speakers list will be closed. Yeah, that's fine. No, but the way this is written, all items, 3 minutes. Okay, we just have to slightly amend this. What we're doing, folks, for statutory items, those are ones that have legal consequences like preserving appeal rights and things like that. Our duties are a little bit different, so we're making sure that people who are appearing on those statutory items, which are 1 through 5, get their 5 minutes. But for the other items, in order to make sure that we don't lose quorum later in the day, we're going to limit deputation times on those to 3 minutes. Okay? Just getting the clerks to get that language correct.
Are you reducing to 3 minutes or not?
On the I'm very sorry that it's been a little wonky this morning. The nature of open and transparent government. So the odds of me reading this are not good. So I'm moving that, I've already read the first clause. The second clause is the length of public presentations for items with the exception of items 1 through 5 be limited to 3 minutes, and that questions of speakers by members of council, including members of the Planning and Housing Committee, be limited to 3 minutes on non-statutory items with 1 round of questions per member. Okay? All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. It's come to my attention that the deputant who registered for item 28.1, Ben, you're withdrawing your request for a deputation? Ben, I thank you. With that, there are no deputants on that item, so I'll just happily move that. All those in favor, opposed, if any, that carries. Okay. Love to see the items get dealt with. So we now go to item PH 28.2, 21 Windermere Avenue. We have deputants. The first deputant is Greg Homanillo. Hi, Greg. Good to see you again. Settle in. You've got 5 minutes.
He needs to press his button.
Turn your mic on.
Hello, thank you.
There you go. Much better.
As Gord said, my name's Greg Homanillo, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the neighbors who live adjacent to the Swansea Mews, as well as some of the former residents who I met at the open house. My mother bought her house on Cohill Drive in 1981, and we moved there under duress. She was a single parent, and I'm the youngest of 3 children, and when I moved there, I was 14. And I'm also here to speak on behalf of some of the former residents I met at the open house who felt disenfranchised and to a degree intimidated, candidly. We find that the application is not complete, it's not compliant under Planning Act, RSO 1990, and fails multiple policy tests at every level of government. Provincial Policy Statement 2024, Place to Grow 2020, City of Toronto Official Plan, Secondary Plan, National Housing Strategy 2019. For this reason, I'm requesting that Council withhold the approval until essential meeting materials are provided. My comments are organized in 5 areas of deficiency: community consultation, transportation, livability, environment specifics, and financial feasibility. Community consultation, only 1 pre-application and 1 public meeting took place. Neither have really met the requirements of Toronto's public engagement policy. May I put this up? For all to see, that the community felt that they had to get together and build a website and create a petition that was signed by 1,000 people in less than 2 weeks speaks volumes. The residents from many equity-deserving communities found the process intimidating and tokenistic. To have their voices heard, they had to pool their resources to pull this together on short order. That's not fair. The consultation violates official plan section 3.1.1 and 5.5.1, requiring residents shape built form outcomes, not just be spoken to. Under Municipal Code 415-30A, the submission cannot be considered complete without meaningful engagement. Transportation and infrastructure hasn't been fully thought out. The traffic impact study omits cumulative congestion data for the Queensway Bloor Corridor and includes no multimodal or transit capacity analysis. That contravenes Complete Street Guidelines 2017, Growth Plan Policy 3.2.2.4, and Official Plan Policy 2.2.1, all requiring infrastructure planning aligned with land use capacity. You'll notice the pinch area here. This is Queensway. There's 3 arteries to Bloor Street. There's a roundabout here. There's 30-kilometer zones. There's also going to be 3 additional units that are going to be built. And I'll direct you to what's being proposed here. This blue represents one of 3 additional units being built, which will add an additional 1,200 units on the 649 proposed. The livability, it does not meet with Growing Up Guidelines 2020 for family housing. It ignores the Swansea secondary plan's mid-rise and open space character direction and omits the required community service and facility study. This violates the official plan section 3.2.2 and the provincial policy 2.3.1.3 on building complete communities. When I was at the open house, when this was described as a courtyard, candidly, a teenager said, "Courtyard, this looks more like a prison yard and we're not criminals." That shouldn't have to be. In terms of environmental and geological risks, methane levels are above screening thresholds, triggers Ontario Regulation 153/04 under the Environmental Protection Act, yet no record of site condition is filed. The site's proximity to provincial significant wetland requires hydrological review, the Provincial Policy 4.2.2 and the Conservation Authority Act, none of which are provided. The non-compliance also breaches the Toronto Green Standard Tier 2 and Growth Plan Policy 2.2.1 on avoiding hazardous lands. Financial viability and maintenance is a deep concern. The project is entirely dependent on foregone city revenues and unsecured federal funding, contrary to Council Policy Executive 225.1, which requires verified financing before rezoning. It fails both Ontario Regulation 588/17 on asset management and National Housing Strategy Objective 1.2, which demand fiscal sustainability. With no financial pro forma or life cycle reserve plan, this development is financially unsound. The precedents are significant. Successful revitalizations in Regent Park, 2005, Lawrence Heights, 2010, Don Somerville, 2023, all completed verified partnership, community and environmental studies and peer reviews before approval. None of these standards have been met for Swansea Mews, unfortunately, and that should concern everyone on this committee and everyone in this room. And remember, I'm here representing some of the neighbors significantly, as well as some of the former residents who could not be here.
Thank you.
I have a recommendation, but if anyone would like to ask me any questions, I'm here. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Matlow?
Just as a courtesy, you said that you had a recommendation. I'd like to ask you just to say what that recommendation is.
Okay. We'd like an independent environmental, financial, and infrastructure review to have those completed. We'd like to co-create some consultations with the former residents and the neighbors, and I know that Gord would be in favor of that because he welcomes that type of engagement. That would be very significant so we can help shape what will be the neighborhood. And we'd like a verified sustainable funding to know that it's secured as part of the national housing strategy, because it's very difficult to imagine that something would be put up that can't necessarily be financially viable for the short, medium, and long term. Thank you.
Any other questions of the deputant? No? Thank you so much, Greg.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
The next deputant I have listed is Emma West. Good morning, Emma.
Good morning. Is that presentation visible somewhere? I talked to the IT person.
Yeah, just give him a sec. Okay, ready?
Great.
Here you go.
So I'm Emma West. I'm a partner and planner at Bousfields. We're the planning consultants for TCHC on the application. Oh, this is not showing on that screen. There we go. So we are the planning consultants for TCHC. I just wanted to spend a little bit of time going through some of the key points on what has happened to date and the merits of the proposal. I do want to thank staff. There has been a substantial amount of work completed for this, a complete application, their review of all of the required materials to support the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications. And so one of the key considerations in all of that work has been the context. This site context map that you see on the screen helps you see what we have considered within the surroundings for all of the supporting studies. It also helps you see that there are several tall buildings in the immediate surroundings, as well as mid-rise and obviously low-rise, and lots of open space areas to consider. So today, the site has 154 stacked townhouse units. Those have been vacant since 2022 due to a ceiling collapse and an evacuation that followed that. The objective for TCHC is to replace all of those units and to also add additional high-quality homes to the site to provide open space areas that will be available to the broader community as well, and to add retail and community uses to the site. The process completed to date started with TCHC bringing the initial development proposal to council, which was approved last year, but then building on the elements of that plan through more detailed work in support of the application materials for the OPA and ZBA. So what you see on the right is the proposal. I'm going to move forward on that one. You can see that there are two buildings. The southern building is a 35-story tall building. The northern building has a 5-story element, an 8-story element, and a 20-story element, all with consideration for transition to the surroundings. All of this, again, is supported by technical studies and reports, and importantly, nothing is going to be built below grade, and everything will be constructed above the groundwater table. So what you have in the proposal is 649 units. Over 65% are family-sized units, so obviously well above and beyond the growing up guidelines. 154 of the units will be the rental replacement units. The official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment are required to redesignate from neighborhoods to apartment neighborhoods and to also add regulations to permit the development, including adding space for retail and community uses within the base of the southern building. As I mentioned at the beginning, there's a significant amount of open space. This is flipped to the right, north is to the right. There's a large open space area that will be accessible from the Queensway. There's an elevated courtyard area that replicates the courtyards on the site that when we heard from the tenants, that was an important thing for them. And there are also rooftop amenity areas. With respect to engagement, there has been a significant amount of engagement, including a pre-application meeting with the broader community, the city-led community meeting, several meetings with tenants, tenant leaders, ratepayers associations, smaller stakeholder meetings as well. There was a survey, a website, and an email address made available so that people could communicate with the team. So in conclusion, I know I've put a lot there. We can answer questions. I'm here with TCHC staff as well who are happy to answer questions. We support the recommendations. We ask that the applications for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment be approved. It's good planning. It's consistent with the PPS. It conforms generally with the city's official plan. And importantly, it aligns with city objectives. I'm done.
2 seconds to spare. Are there any questions of the deputy? No, seeing none, thank you so much. Next, I have listed Anna Gorka. Hi, Anna, welcome.
Well, I'll start speaking as I hook up. My name is Anna. I'm a resident. I moved to the area.
Want to just take a second and get set up?
Oh, sure. I just want to make sure I have enough minutes or donate my minutes to an invited guest who's speaker number 6.
Anna, why don't you get set up and then make sure your microphone's on?
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I hope this works. And I've connected by USB.
Okay, someone's going to come over and give you a hand.
Okay, well, I assumed that it might not work, and I want to be mindful of the timing. Awesome.
Okay.
All right, I've tried to sanitize my screen, but I'm sorry if there's any skin showing on it. Yeah, this is the site. I used to live on 75 Windermere, which is directly adjacent to the Mews. At the time in 2011, I noticed right away with my 3 children that there was a real shortage of third spaces. So the library is far away. There was a Swansea Town Hall Library, which had decent hours at the time, but our early learning center was closed, and there's really no commerce or community space down in the area. So the third space became nature, and nature became really important to us. I want to get to the point and just get to the technicality that if there's a lot of groundwater displacement going on and an increasing number of huge excavations with 7 buildings in queue south of the lake, south of the roundabout, which has a, if you see my, south of the roundabout, then you're displacing water. And the Western Beaches storage tunnel receives combined sewage and stormwater overflow. I know this is a contentious issue. It impacts real estate. It stinks, and it impacts the rich and the poor. So rather than retroactively install bioswales and implement, do low impact development, green stormwater infrastructure, then you could do so up front and pay attention to the very kindly pro bono proposal that an architect put forward, which I've had some time to review and I admired greatly. Keeping the scale of this project at 21 Windermere at 6 stories, like my apartment was on Windermere, would also add a lot of dignity, because this building will be completely shadowed by the structure. If in the rear, there is a there's a real, the towers butt right up to the parking lot. So to prevent future costs, you could install bioswales early to retain stormwater. Now, it used to be that in the vast sort of no man's land south of Lakeshore, there were high rises, which was acceptable, but we haven't taken the time to designate the 1971 mid-rise kind of high-rise community where we are, because it's a special thing. We all live in flats above ground in order to enjoy ample space, and this is just a little recording of the type of ravine, pervious, absorbent landscape that traditional buildings had. With the RFP process, we don't get to see visions. We have, it's like the value engineering is just right up front. So I'm sure that the people at KPMB, the procured architects, would love to be a part of a vision that's ecologically sound. And as someone who's planted 250,000 trees in the north, I just know that we have to protect biodiversity because those clone trees go up in flames really fast. They hardly ever produce structural timber. And the wildfires that happen there from those grid plantations are terrible. And in Toronto, it's incumbent on us to let the wildlife pass through, the birds that reseed true forests. So please be an example, City of Toronto, with this property. I implore you to take a little more time to study the infrastructure impacts. I would love to work with you. Tonight I'm meeting with a Transform TO Wards project team. Here's the website. I'm sorry, it's not a PowerPoint and I'm flipping around, but we're going to vote on a training session to watch bird collisions in the peak of migration season. This is a low point in the watershed. It's a riparian zone between the Humber and Grenadier Pond. So if you get a lot of bird collisions on this building, we'll be watching. We intended to feed that to the Western Beaches funding in the pipeline. And I think it would impact such a sensitive site as 21 Windermere as well. So we're happy to work with you. We'll be watching. Last night I met with Parkdale Housing Justice Network, and we talked about the shortage of third spaces for high-rise dwellers. So there's lots of momentum among us to try to advocate for that so that we can have a
I'm afraid you're at time.
And those are my key points.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for the deputy? Nope. Thanks a lot for joining us today. Okay, next I have Karen Monroe. Hi, Karen, welcome. As soon as you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. My name's Karen Monroe. I'm a resident of Swansea for the last 60 plus years. I'd like to start by saying that I support redevelopment that is thoughtful and safe, that creates a sustainable, resilient, and inclusive city with a high quality of life for everybody. This is also the city's philosophy that the current proposal for 21 Windermere Avenue doesn't fulfill. I also support the return of the displaced residents who were forced to leave their homes in 2022. I'd like to object and ask for a deferral for PH 28.1.21, the current proposal for the redevelopment of 21 Windermere Avenue, former Swansea Mews site. The 35-story building plan is not appropriate for this site for many reasons. The land on which the 35-story building is planned was historically a pond. A City of Toronto map of 1890 clearly shows this. The pond was subsequently filled with tailings, that's mining waste, and later became a municipal dump. The southern part of the site, where the 35-story building will sit, was the site of a gas station and a car dealership and car repair shop called Ensign Motors. The site was also located on top of a sand plain in a highly vulnerable aquifer that is part of the Humber River subwater wetlands, according to the city's hydrogeological study. The hydrogeological study also found Not surprisingly, contaminated soil and water. According to the study, no remediation of this contamination is planned. The plan is to build on top of the contamination, on top of the sand plane, and on top of the highly vulnerable aquifer. No natural heritage impact study was done, despite the fact that the 35-story building will potentially have negative impacts on the identified environmentally sensitive areas of Catfish and Grenadier Ponds in High Park. A natural heritage impact study is mandated when a development or site alteration is proposed within or adjacent to a wetlands, an identified natural heritage feature. It's required to assess the potential of negative impacts on the biodiversity and habitat of the rare and threatened species in the area. There is an alternative plan called Swansea Park by architect David Peterson that addresses a lot of the problems of the current proposal. He proposes a mid-rise plan that increases density, but in a safe and thoughtful way. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for your deputation today. We appreciate it. Keith? Test. There we go. Keith, are you online? Hi, Keith. Welcome.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You've got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. I thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts today. I want to begin clearly. I support redevelopment of the site and the safe replacement of the former Swansea Mews buildings. Rebuilding safe housing after the evacuation is necessary and appropriate. However, the scale and the policy implications of the current proposal require careful reconsideration before rezoning proceeds. The application proposes, as we've heard, 35 and 20-story buildings for a total of 649 units. The former site consisted of 154 four-story low-rise units. This is not simply replacement housing. It is more than a four-fold increase in density and a fundamental shift in built form with broad implications to both residents and the community. First, scale and transition. A 35-story tower located roughly 50 meters from existing low-rise homes and apartments represents a significant change in proportionality. As has been cited, the city's own official plan sets guidelines for appropriate transition between apartment neighborhoods and adjacent neighborhoods. At this separation distance, the relationship between height and nearby homes and apartments deserves deeper scrutiny. Reduced height and density alternatives, greater setbacks, or stepped massing toward low-rise properties should be evaluated before rezoning. Second, policy precedent. This application requires redesignation of lands from neighborhoods to apartment neighborhoods. This is a major change amendment, not a minor adjustment. Approving this scale of development in proximity to the existing neighborhood through redesignation will set a precedent for how similar edge case conditions are treated elsewhere in the city. The decision should be grounded in strong planning rationale and demonstratable, appropriate transition. Third, livability. If this project is advanced in part to rehouse displaced residents, then livability standards should be exemplary. Transitioning from 4-story buildings to 20 and 35-story towers introduces significantly higher density, a materially different living experience with no direct access to grade or outdoors, and different environmental conditions, including wind and noise impacts that have been identified by the technical studies. It is reasonable to ensure that the built form supports long-term quality of life for returning residents and the surrounding community. The city's own official plan, section 5.5.1 C2 for development projects, strongly encourages early and effective consultation. Given the scale of change proposed in terms of height, density, and the required policy redesignation, the minimum statutory notification does not necessarily equate to meaningful engagement. Notification was limited to 120 meters from the site. There are community-wide implications of the proposed project and should involve formal feedback from the residents and community. The sentiment that this was not the case is reflected in the number of community members who have signed a petition asking for proper consultation, which is now over 1,000 signatures. My request is straightforward. Reconsider the proposed tower heights and analyze reduced height alternatives. Strengthen setbacks and step-down massing towards adjacent neighborhood lands. Provide structured consultation, allowing for formal feedback, focused specifically on alternative build form and density options.
Thank you very much, Keith. You're at time. Are there any questions of the deputy? Sorry, Keith, I have to be fair to everybody. We've got a lot of folks who want to make presentations today.
I just have one point.
Sure.
And it's a technical question. So considering Councillor Perks is a strong proponent of the project and the chair of this committee, he appears to be in conflict.
Okay, Keith, I'm going to stop you there because you're way over time. Just for the benefit of the public, some people have raised this issue about whether a local councillor can be the chair of a committee, or in this case also be on the board of Toronto Community Housing. I have sought advice from the Integrity Commissioner, and the Integrity Commissioner is very clear. Not only is there no conflict, but it's actually welcome to have members of council be on boards and chair committees. Okay. The next deputant that I have listed is Katie Yu. Hi, Katie. Can you hear me?
Hear me?
Hi, Katie. Yes, we can.
Hi. Hi, thank you so much for letting me speak today. Good morning, everybody. I live at 30 Windermere Avenue, which is across from the primary point or only point of vehicle access into the new proposed site. I've lived at Swansea for approximately 15 years with my family. My kids go to the Swansea Public School. We visit the community center every week doing Toronto recreational programming. We visit the library weekly to the Runnymede Public Library, and we do our shopping within the community of Swansea. I just want to set that stage to let you know how much we are embedded as my young family within the Swansea community, and how important it is for me to just let you know the community and the neighborhood feel that I have and that we currently have within the Swansea community. What I'm asking, or what I like to talk about, is that I'm asking for further consultation adjustments to reduce any negative impacts that will happen with the current plan. My primary concern, and again, I support development and redevelopment, but my primary concern is the overall scale and density of the redevelopment It's far too large of a site for the existing neighborhood and the neighborhood context. The scale of the development will lead to substantial increase of noise, construction, and disruption over an extended period of time, especially for me living right across from the only entrance point into the site. Another important point to bring up is the traffic increase to the area. We're already experiencing congestion with another project that is being built on Southport Street, which I'm sure everyone in the community is aware of. There are dump trucks parked and coming up Windermere Place, down Windermere Avenue, and going into Queensway or Lakeshore Avenues. The streets in my particular neighborhood, Windermere and Windermere Place, were not designed to handle this amount of vehicle traffic. Pickups, drop-offs, service trucks, construction vehicle, even, for instance, emergency vehicles, fire departments, things like that. This will all create a major increase in traffic in this particular area. I'm concerned about road safety for my children. I'm worried about pedestrians. I'm worried about seniors that live on Southport, which is directly one street away from the site. I'm worried about limited parking, which is already strained on the street. I'm also concerned about transit. There's one line 77, which comes up that wiggles our way up through the streets on Windermere Avenue, Morningside, up to line 2 of the subway. There's the Queen streetcar as well down there, but the bus traffic up to the subway station is only one bus. The traffic pressures will change the character of the neighborhood, and it'll create long-term safety and accessibility issues. And finally, my last point is I do have to disagree that there was 100% a lack of clear communication and community engagement. It made it difficult for any nearby residents that weren't within, I think, 100 meters or something like that to fully understand what this project was going to do to the neighborhood and the mitigation measures that were put into place to protect existing homeowners. There was a lack of engagement. There was a lack of communication. And even when there was consultations being held, the order of which those communications or those engagements were issued were not significant. They weren't consultations. It was a delivery of information, and that was how it felt in the community. I'm not going to take any more time. I know there's a lot of people waiting, so thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Katie. Are there any questions for Katie? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for your deputation today. Next, I have Michael Mews. Michael? Michael's online? Can you hear me, Michael?
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Michael, you're very faint. Could you get closer to the microphone?
I will certainly try. Does this help at all?
That's a little bit better.
Okay. Unfortunately, that's going to be the best I can do.
Oh, you're great now. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I will share my screen. Right. Thank you, everyone, for having me today. My name is Michael Mews. I'm Executive Director and co-founder of FLAP Canada. FLAP Canada is a preeminent authority in the bird building collision issue, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the birds this morning. For context, there are two main reasons why birds collide with buildings. It is the reflective and transparent qualities of glass that deceive birds, where they see that environment being reflected in those windows, or it is light being emitted from those structures. Upwards of 1 billion birds are dying each year as a result of collisions with buildings across North America. This is an example of a sampling of birds that our volunteers have picked up across the GTA. It's a two migration seasons, spring and fall, just illustrating the magnitude of this problem. We aren't even touching the tip of the iceberg of bird strikes within the GTA. So it's very important that we focus seriously on trying to do our best to mitigate this concern, particularly in this development. What's so important to recognize about this development is it's being situated in what we would call the perfect storm. It's surrounded by an abundance of habitat that these birds rely on when they're migrating to and from their breeding territories. All the lush habitat of green vegetation, the lakefront, the Humber River are like a magnet to these birds. So whatever is built within this area is going to have a significant problem bird strikes. So it's our responsibility to try and ensure that the building itself is as safe as possible for birds, which would mean trying to meet Toronto's green standard, the burn-friendly component under the green standard. But as we know, Bill 17 has stripped the powers of municipalities to enforce their own green standards. And so we have to now rely heavily on, in part, doing this out of the goodness of our hearts, perhaps even taking the chance of still trying to put in place some form of requirement for bird friendly. But what's really, really important to understand that has changed since the standard was first introduced, the green standard for bird friendly was first introduced in 2010, is that we now have a law in place designed to protect these birds from collisions with buildings. In fact, it is now illegal to harm or kill a migratory bird due to a collision with a window, both provincially and federally. And this is not just the end user responsibility. It's not just the building owners anymore. It's now going back as far as an individual understands that the issue is there and they design or build a structure knowing that this could in fact harm or kill a bird and be in violation of the law, they can be held accountable. And just over the past 3 years, Environment Climate Change Canada is now responding to complaints, and they're opening investigations based on these complaints of bird deaths occurring at buildings across the country. So it's really important, outside of just the standards within the City of Toronto, there's the now the national standard called the Bird Friendly Building Design Standard under the Canadian Standards Association. We now have a law breathing down the necks of both building owners and those that are designing buildings. And again, our responsibility to do everything we can to ensure that this particular development, because of its proximity to all those natural heritage sites, does its best to make this building as safe as possible for birds. And that is it.
Thank you, Michael. Michael, do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
Certainly.
Okay. First, as I recall, FLAP was involved in the development of the Toronto bird-friendly guidelines, right? You guys were involved in, yeah, and you were supportive of it, right?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so you raise an interesting question about the province of Ontario and our green standards. We still do ask applicants to meet them, but given that this is a project being led by a corporation owned by the City of Toronto, we can get those bird-friendly guidelines applied here. Would that be a good thing to do?
Oh gosh, for sure. This is awesome. If this can be addressed, I guarantee you, you're going to be saving countless birds' lives. It really is the perfect storm where this location is. And the last thing you want to be dealing with is birds lying at the base of this building. It's just not, the optics is terrible.
Thanks, Michael. That's very helpful. Any other questions? No? Okay. The next deputant I have listed is Cynthia Black. Cynthia, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay, wonderful. So I am here today, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of the Swansea Mews revitalization at 21 Windermere Avenue. I'm speaking today as a tenant organizer and someone who has personally been displaced from my own community because of relentless rent increases in a tower full of studios and cramped 1 and 2 bedroom units designed to maximize returns on investments for shareholders. Those apartments were not designed for real long-term living, and the few 3-bedroom units that did exist were renting for prices completely out of reach for most families who rent. That experience is exactly why I believe this project is not only acceptable, but necessary. Some have asked for this decision to be delayed or deferred. I want to be very clear about what delay means from a tenant's perspective. The families of Swansea Mews have already been displaced since 2022. Every month of deferral is another month children spend away from their school community, Seniors are cut off from long-standing networks, and all neighbors remain scattered across the city. It is easy to call for more process when you are securely housed. It is much harder when more consultation means more years of instability. The most respectful thing we can do for Swansea Mews tenants now is to move forward and get them back home in safe, purpose-built housing. A major strength of this proposal is that it doesn't just rebuild what was there, it adds rent-controlled rental homes to the neighborhood. These are not speculative condo units that may or may not be rented out and may or may not sit empty, as we've seen in a lot of existing condos. They are real apartments in a real rental building with rent control and a mix of family-sized units. As someone who spent most of her adult life renting, at one point moving about once a year for about a decade, that distinction matters. It means the building exists to house people, not to serve as an investment vehicle. It means tenants are not subjected to the stress that comes with constantly worrying if their landlord will financially displace them with excessive repeated rent increases. It means there will be more apartments designed to be homes that better meet the needs of renters who may have families or want to start a family. And it means the community gains long-term, stable rental stock in a city that is desperately short of that. And I want to speak to where the money goes. Too many renters are watching more and more of their paychecks flow to giant for-profit financialized landlords, pension funds, and real estate investment trusts that treat tenants like ATMs. It is profoundly demoralizing to know that as your rent goes up, you're not buying any more security for yourself or your neighbors. You are simply enriching people who will never set foot in your building. So this revitalization offers a different model. And speaking, I think it's pretty safe to say that there are thousands of renters out there who would much rather see their money go towards keeping their neighbors housed than padding the pockets of incredibly rich executives. So finally, I just want to note, because I've seen I've heard a lot about towers just not fitting in and how it's not, I just want to dispel the fact that there are people who do not mind living in a tower. It's a way to look out and view the community as a whole. And just to keep in mind that people in towers, they love community too. Myself, my partner, and our son, we did a lot of community building, living in our previous tower from which we were displaced. The thing that I know would have made a big difference is if the units in those towers were not being run by a for-profit billionaire company, and if the units there actually met tenant needs.
Cynthia, I'm afraid you're at time. Thank you very
Perfect.
much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Cynthia? No? Thank you so much for sharing those thoughts with us today. Next, I have listed Diana Chan McNally. Hi, Diana. Welcome.
There we go. Thank you. So my name, as mentioned, is Diana Chan McNally, and I am both a resident of Parkdale High Park as well as a member of the City of Toronto's Housing Rights Advisory Committee. Public housing, it should be safe, it should be healthy, decent, and beautiful, because it's absolutely what people deserve. Unfortunately, years of underinvestment in Toronto community housing has led to buildings in decline, most egregiously Swansea Mews, which was closed, as we know, in 2022. But in the aftermath of this incident, it's promising, very promising to see new changes and proposals to ensure that the city's public housing is what it actually should be: well-designed, well-maintained, safe, and healthy for residents. This includes much needed upgrades to 300 Dufferin, also in Parkdale High Park, and it also includes a new proposal for Swansea Mews that both responds to the needs of displaced TCHC residents as well as future residents, and recognizes the urgent need for purpose-built rental housing that reflects the realities of the day. After all, half of Toronto are renters. Having a diversity of housing options within a community is crucially important. It enables people to adapt to changing circumstances throughout a lifetime by giving residents options to upsize, but also downsize without leaving their neighborhoods. In Swansea in particular, we do need more affordable, rent-controlled housing options so that young people starting their own lives can continue to live in and contribute to the community that they actually love. Friends of mine, some of them are deputing today, that have grown up in Swansea have had to leave the community, not by choice, but because there was no affordable housing options for them to actually stay. This project can begin to reverse this trend and help us create a neighborhood where people across life stages can actually live as well as grow together. What I see in this proposed redevelopment of Swansea Mews is exactly what's needed: the maximizing of a valuable public asset to deliver a broad mix of housing types, including 495 affordable and rent-controlled rental units, as well as space for increased community amenities and services to support everybody in the neighborhood. Indeed, ensuring our neighborhoods are diverse, both in terms of residents and built forms, is to the benefit of absolutely everyone. I support the current on-site parking plan, which positions Swansea Mews to attract residents that do not own a private vehicle, which would be somebody like me. And this is a growing segment of young people as well as families across our city. However, I am concerned with the current TTC service levels in this neighborhood. A long-time request of the community in Swansea is to increase the service of the 77 and the 80 buses, which would serve new residents at Swansea Mews and the community as a whole. This increase in density that the proposal brings should actually come with a commensurate increase in transit service. On community engagement, I also ask that displaced TCHC residents continue to be absolutely central to this planning process and that their needs are prioritized as this project moves forward. And while I hear from others that community engagement has been inadequate, this is ultimately a provincial issue. And we need to take it up with Premier Ford. It is the province who changed regulations and reduced timeline for redevelopment application reviews. And collectively, and I include the city here, we need to advocate to allow for more reasonable review time frame that facilitates more and better engagement with local neighborhood groups, including especially displaced TCHC residents. All this said, I absolutely support this plan. This proposal is aligned with the reality of the residents that it would actually attract. People like me who want vibrant, walkable, service-rich, inclusive, and complete communities where they can actually stay long-term. We want neighbors from all walks of life, and we want to ensure that the people in our communities who need social housing receive it, and that it's high quality, safe, and healthy. What we want are the best outcomes for everybody in our community. So therefore, I urge the committee at hand to adopt the recommendations of the report before you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Diana? No? Diana, thank you so much. Next, I have Stephanie Melagrana. Hi, Stephanie. I understand you're online. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome to the Planning and Housing Committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
And I do appreciate you giving me this opportunity to have a say in this very important building in our neighborhood. And I just want to address two things, because I did attach a letter that you can go over some of the points that I've highlighted. I don't want to take up too much time, but I do want to address the lack of public process. It's really been disappointing in a democratic society that I find all the processes have been unilateral. That means just the Bosfeld, the city, just telling us what they want to do. There has not been any community engagement. I'll give you an example. There was a meeting on November 20th in the basement of Swansea Public School, which was inaccessible to anyone who was disabled. it was in the, I think, the lunchroom or cafeteria of the school. There was so much outcry that there had to be an impromptu meeting held in the hallway where the residents, returning residents, were expressing their living conditions. And quite frankly, I couldn't believe it. I could not believe my ears. The kinds of things that they had to go through was so shocking in a developed society. And then everybody had a say in what they were hoping would come of this development. And at the end, when they asked Gord if he was willing to consider any changes, he flat out said no. There was no possibility for any change in this planning. And that was just heartbreaking, honestly. I felt so sorry for those returning residents that their needs weren't being respected. They weren't being considered. It was honestly, I just couldn't believe it. The second point I want to make is that this development has absolutely no vision. There's other developments like Kennedy Green, where it's award-winning design, environmentally sustainable, where it's cooperative, which means long-term, a community approach, and we're getting a 35-story. What is a 35-story glass building and a 20-story? I don't understand. This is one of the nicest neighborhoods, ecological sensitive, hydrologically sensitive, and I don't understand why this is it? This is all the city can do? I don't understand it. It's just so upsetting. So I really hope that the city councilors reflect on this and that they give us more time to think of a sustainable, beautiful development for this incredible neighborhood. And we want to make these returning residents happy with their living conditions. And that's all I have to say. And I hope you read my other points that have been posted. And thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Stephanie. Are there any questions for Stephanie? No, seeing none. Stephanie, thanks for joining us today. Next, I have Cleona Dan Paul. Cleona? Oh, are you online, Cleona?
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, councillors. I just want to say thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'll just get right into it. So I'd like to bring to everyone's attention that this proposal is built on contaminated land with major settlement and dewatering problems. This endangers the residents of Swansea Mews and the adjacent communities. So my name is Cleona, as we know, and I'm here to speak as a long-standing resident of Cohill Drive in the village of Swansea. So it is a neighborhood distinguished by its environmentally sensitive landscape, complex terrain, and challenging unstable soil conditions, Having lived in this community for more than 25 years, I have observed firsthand the fragility of the land and the severe structural stresses that my home and many others around me have endured. I'm here to formally object to the proposed 35-story and 20-story towers at Swansea Mews, and I want to state clearly right from the beginning that I do support the safe replacement housing and the full right of return of the Swansea Mews residents who were displaced in May 2022 following the ceiling collapse and emergency evacuation. They do deserve safe and stable homes. The most responsible and respectful course of action is to genuinely listen to the residents of Swansea Mews and the broader community who have consistently voiced their concerns that this level of densification will compromise their quality of life and do not want to be in high towers. And speaking as a quote unquote young person who is now a renter in this community and has gone to Swansea Public School, has gone to Humberside, and has grown up in this community, this is not what younger renters see as desirable, and I strongly oppose living in such mass densification. The community's lived experience, safety concerns, and understanding of the neighborhood's limits must be meaningfully considered and reflected in any final decision. What is being proposed here is not simply replacement housing. It is extreme intensification on land that is already demonstrating serious geotechnical distress and soil contamination. This site and the surrounding neighborhood, as we've heard before, is experiencing major settlement issues. My home, my family home and others have visible and progressive foundation cracking, sinking in the yard and garage, and the structural shifting consistent with unstable soil and groundwater movement. And these are not cosmetic issues. These reflect active ground movement. What this proposal requires is, of course, deep excavation, large-scale soil removal, continuous heavy vibration, and most critically, aggressive dewatering. Dewatering alone can permanently alter water tables. Lowering groundwater in a neighborhood already prone to settlement can accelerate soil contamination, trigger further sinking of the land, and compromise foundations across a wide radius, not just the development site. What's even more concerning to me, and I'm sure the community abroad, is the contaminated nature of the land. This area does have a history of landfill activity, variable fill materials, shallow groundwater, and historical industrial uses. And when you excavate deeply and dewater contaminated or unstable soils, you risk mobilizing pollutants. Contaminants do not stay neatly within property lines. They migrate through groundwater. This means potential exposure to risks to homes, schools, green spaces, and our drinking water. In addition, once groundwater is contaminated, it is extremely difficult and sometimes impossible to reverse. This is not hypothetical. The warning signs are already visible in the structural settlement occurring throughout Swansea. I also like to point out there was a sinkhole on Windermere just last month of January 2026. And lastly, I'd like to say before any approval is granted, I respectfully request that a fully independent, comprehensive geotechnical and hydrological assessment of the entire impact zone, detailed contamination testing and public disclosure, a rigorous dewatering impact study modeling long-term groundwater shifts, and of course, reconsideration of tower heights and massing, including lower-rise alternatives, such as depicted in www.swanseapark.ca that shows greater setbacks and step-down massing to ensure appropriate transitions to the adjacent neighborhood that faced east and west of the proposed site. If we proceed without fully understanding the impacts of contaminated soil, settlement patterns, and groundwater behavior, we do risk creating irreversible structural and environmental damage and, of course, lower quality of life. Responsible planning means protecting existing homes and ecosystems first, and I ask that you defer approval until these risks have been rigorously assessed, openly reported, and independently verified. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cleona. Are there any questions for Cleona? No? Thank you so much for sharing that with us today.
Thank you.
The next deputant I have listed is David Peterson. David? Hi, welcome.
Hi. I guess that's on. Thank you. My name is David Peterson. I am an architect and area resident of Swansea. I am requesting a deferral. You have before you, and I don't know if you've had a chance to take a look at it, but our letter of objection and deferral request. Before I speak to the reasons for the requested deferral, I just want to say that, like all of you, I care about the Housing Authority, and you know, I have my own kind of personal history with them. It was the first place I worked after graduation. Made friends there, still have friends at the Housing Authority. And during my time there, what I saw that you all know is that they struggle to maintain their buildings because of a lack of funding. So I applaud the proposals and the applicant's proposal to create new funding sources for the Housing Authority. And on that, we are aligned. Also along this idea that we need to have more affordable housing inside of our city. On all of those things, we are aligned. Where there's a departure of ideas is really around the balance. The question is, when we look at housing proposals, especially as a kind of public builder, is it balanced? Yes, we need to create more housing units on one side, but are we also balancing it with other values? We shouldn't, as a public builder, I think, while we're creating more housing units, also create harms. And the question is then, well, is this proposal creating any harms? And in part, we don't know this to be true yet because we are missing some key reports. So the first thing I'll say, like many other people have echoed, that the scale of buildings are a problem. And that ultimately, So I won't take up the rest of the time. I see what's happened there. So ultimately, that the idea of a 35-story tower next to a 2-story building, many people would call that aggressive. And it's not to say that our city shouldn't have high-rise communities. We do have high-rise communities, and they're functioning well, and we will continue with those. But is this the right site for more towers? It is, substantially a low-rise community, and it feels very aggressive. And there should be other alternatives for built form. So that's the kind of first reason for a deferral, to kind of look at alternatives around built form. The second really is, we've heard from planners and engineers that the shadow impacts onto ecologically sensitive lands of High Park and Rennie Park, that those impacts are minimal. Engineers and planners telling us this. We haven't yet heard from an ecologist who has done that assessment. I think as stakeholders, committee members, the public should have in our hands an ecological assessment that says, no, the shadow impacts are minimal, and that's fine. But we don't yet have that study. That's a second reason for deferral, is building adjacent to ecologically sensitive lands, we should have a heritage impact study done. The third reason really for a deferral has to do with the groundwater contamination. So we have hydrological reports. That hydrological report tells us that the TRCA is the agency that regulates sub-watersheds, and that they haven't commented yet. They should be provided an opportunity to review the applicant's proposal and confirm that the groundwater strategy that is proposed is actually reasonable and working well on behalf of the public. That's the third reason for deferral. The last reason that I'll speak to is that this proposal, this site, it's unusual that there is an alternative in place that we could all look at, evaluate, question against what is proposed by the applicant. I think that, given an alternative, it's opportunity to do a few things that the city could make use of, which is to say, also seek out new partners. Partners that would be interested in making mid-rise modular housing, which the federal government has signaled that they are interested in, and creating new opportunities for the city for how we might approach development of public lands with new partners. So the last thing, and I'll conclude with this, is that I understand that once to get to this point, we've all made lots of decisions, talked inside of kind of committees and other kinds of things to get to a place where we're heading down a certain path. And it's hard to change course. And doing that, I understand, requires a kind of strength of will that is very difficult. But it is what the community is asking. And the studies and lack of studies is really suggesting that we take this moment to pause, defer the application, and do our due diligence around some of these questions to make sure that we are doing the best we can for public lands. Thank you. That's my time.
Thanks, David. Do you mind if I ask you a couple questions?
Please.
Okay, sure. So I was listening carefully to what you said. You talked a little bit about consultation and looking at different options. You also talked about transition, having a very tall building right next to two-story buildings. So in the process to get here, which you also talked about, there was an initial development proposal which was shown to the community, and it did have more of the height and density at the north end. And folks in the community said, no, we don't think that's good transition. So the density was moved to the south end, and it was stepped down before it became adjacent to the neighborhood. Is that the kind of thing you're talking about?
Well, I'll tell you, that beginning point is also the problem, because the initial development plan is a schematic idea that already envisions towers, and it already envisions a site plan idea that wouldn't have dealt with the ecological problems that are there. So right from the get-go, that initial development plan should have been part of a public process that was developed, that would have all these concerns, including the need for creating revenue for the Housing Authority, and balance all these concerns. The fundamental problem that you're hearing, I think, from many people around the proposal is that it's unbalanced. It's not that there isn't this want for development or concern for housing or, a desire to have returning residents come back to the neighborhood in certain kind of built forms. I think really it is that it's not balanced enough, and it's not asking questions about ecology, not nearly enough.
It's the ecological thing, because the transition thing you spoke about, the neighborhood did raise that.
Yes.
And the TCH did change their proposal significantly.
Inside of a IDP that was already rigid and suggestive of towers.
How is it rigid when they changed it?
Because it doesn't leave room for public lands. It doesn't take into account that the built form would always, if it was going to default to towers, that those shadows would end up onto High Park. So imagine
it's not the transition. I just want to make sure I understand you, okay? It's not the transition you're concerned about.
It is the transition. It is also the height of towers onto
just tall
ecological
towers.
lines.
Tall towers is on. Okay, I think I understand. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for David? No? David, thank you so much, and thank you for answering questions too.
Okay.
Niels Engel? Hi, Niels, come on up.
Hi.
Go ahead.
All right. So I'm here today to encourage the Housing and Planning Committee to approve the zoning bylaw amendment regarding the Swansea Mews redevelopment. As you said, my name is Nils Engel, and I grew up in the Swansea area. I attended Swansea Public School from kindergarten to grade 8, and I went to school with many kids who lived in the Swansea Mews and the many apartment buildings and condos in the neighborhood. This mix of housing in Swansea is part of what makes the community special. At Swansea Public Schools, kids from some of the most expensive houses in the West End attend school with kids living in rent geared to income housing and everything in between. This created a unique experience at Swansea School, which I still remember fondly to this day. When the Mews was condemned, it was a loss for the many residents who called it home, as well as a community of which they were a part. Now before us, we finally have an opportunity to rebuild. When the Mews was built as low-rise townhouses in the 1970s, it reflected the needs of social housing and housing economics at the time. Toronto has changed dramatically since then, and as has the need for new housing, especially non-market housing. A shortage of housing of all types has driven rents and new home prices to an unattainable level for most Torontonians. Here we have the opportunity to build nearly 500 new homes and 154 replacement homes near major streetcar lines, the Martin Goodman Trail, and some of the greatest outdoor amenities our city has to offer. I should also add that these will be proper homes that both single residents and families can comfortably live in, unlike many of the studio condos we've seen built in the last few decades. The height of the proposed buildings are in line with existing condos just across the Queensway. Crucially, the height of the buildings allow for efficient use of this land while maintaining an impressive amount of green space, which will be publicly accessible. All three levels of government have committed to building more housing, yet Canada lags far behind peer countries when it comes to housing construction, and specifically our share of non-market housing, which has made the housing crisis especially acute. Here we have an opportunity for a city-led project on city-owned property to not just replace rent-geared to income housing stock, but also add more affordable and crucially rent-controlled market housing. As a resident of Ward 4, I would be happy to welcome more neighbors to our community, and I encourage the Planning and Housing Committee to approve this rezoning request and allow this essential redevelopment to proceed.
Thanks, Nils. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for sharing that with us today. The next deputy I have listed is Alec Kesselman. Alec, I understand you're online. Or Alex, sorry. Hi, Alex, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're loud and clear. Go ahead.
Great. Good morning. My name is Alex Kesselman, and I live in Swansea community. right in the neighborhood this project will directly affect. I want this community to grow and improve, but growth has to be done right. When I read through the applicant's own documents, I found serious problems that I don't think have been answered. Problems that could make life worse for everyone already living here. And I think this council deserves to hear them before approving anything. So my first point is the main intersection already can't handle today's traffic. Anyone who drives or walks through the Queensway and Windermere Avenue knows it is already a mess. What you may not know is the applicant's own traffic study confirms it. In writing, this intersection is already failing grades on multiple movements before this project adds a single resident. So, and when the study shows that adding this development pushes it over capacity entirely, and volume to capacity ratio goes to the level of 1.1, and in plain language, more cars than the intersection can handle. And what's the fix? The applicant recommends tweaking the traffic signal timing. That's it, but there is a problem. Those signals are run by TTC, and we need to have a proper plan before. It's not good enough to just recommend it. Before any approval, those traffic improvements need to be locked into a legal agreement and not left as a suggestion. My second point, I'm avid cyclist myself, trying to use my bicycle whenever I travel in the area. And Windermere Avenue is the only street in and out of this development. So right now, there is no bike lanes, no sharrows, nothing that makes it safe for cycling. The applicant is projecting that roughly 9% of residents will cycle regularly for a building of 600 something units. That's a lot of people on bikes every single day on the street with zero cycling infrastructure and no safe connection to the bike lanes. When I looked at how applicant addressed this in transportation study, the cycling section was literally one sentence, confirming that electrical outlets will be provided for charging bikes. That's it. The city had explicitly asked them before the application was even filed to show how cyclists would safely access the site, and there is no answer for that. So cycling infrastructure of Windermere Avenue should be required as a condition before this gets built. This gap is in their own study and it needs to be filled. And if we're pushing for diverse modes of transportation, I think this is something that should be part of the plan. And my last point is it's about the process, and I think it matters. The central document justifying the entire application, the planning and urban design rationale, was not available on the city's public portal when the community members were supposed to be reviewing it and responding to this project. This is the document that explains why applicant believes that height and density are appropriate. Without it, residents couldn't meaningfully evaluate the core of application. Under Section 34 of the Planning Act, public participation has to be meaningful. It cannot be meaningful if the main planning document is not available to read on city's website. I'm asking that public meeting will not proceed until this document has been posted and resident has at least 2 weeks to review it and read it. I want to be clear, everything I've raised this morning comes directly from the applicant's own submitted documents. These aren't opinions. These are gaps and contradictions in the materials already on file, and I'm asking the staff to address each of these points in the staff report, that my comments will be entered in public record, and I also submitted it in writing, and I want to hear back on these points. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex. I'm curious, what's this document that you say is missing? I don't understand you.
There should be a document that's called Planning and Urban Design Rationale. That's what I understood.
Planning and Urban Design Rationale. Okay.
Yes, and it is already referenced in the email. Like one planning design rationale document is on the website, but it's actually a reference to it.
I'm sorry, it's what?
From the developer. it's there is no design. So the document itself is not available. There is just a cover letter that refers to it.
Okay, I'll look into that, Alex. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Next, I have listed Nancy Rabat. Hi, Nancy. Welcome.
I'm going to read a letter written by my neighbor, Kameen Payroy Lee. I agree completely with what she has written, and our priority really is to provide supportive housing for the thousands of people who desperately need it, and the return of the Swansea Mews residents to their homes. She writes, I write to you today to express my support of the proposed amendments to the official plan and zoning bylaw to allow for the proposed development at the Swansea Mews site, item 2026 PH 28.2 in the upcoming February 26 Planning and Housing Committee meeting. As I understand it, the proposed development maintains the number of units of affordable and rent geared to income housing. And as such, I support the proposed development and the necessary official plan and zoning bylaw amendments on this basis. The project is more than just physical structures from my perspective. It is a vital instrument for community well-being and social responsibility. I understand that a lot of changes have been made to the original built form and that neighboring homes will also be impacted. It is also my understanding that these changes were made to ensure the financial viability of the project as a whole. Personally, I would much have preferred that the original form was simply rebuilt and funded through a small local levy, thereby returning the same style of affordable housing to the previous residents of Swansea Mews, while also avoiding the significant adverse effects to neighboring properties. However, I recognize the complicated financial situation the city finds itself in. I do not want to diminish the effect on neighboring homeowners and how they are disproportionately impacted by the proposed structure. I myself have recently had a neighboring house receive a variance approval to build an excessively large luxury home next to my bungalow that will cast my own home completely into shadows, so I have a small sense of how upsetting this likely is. Quite frankly, going through that made me feel like the planning system in this city is broken right now. However, I have expressed many times throughout my own ordeal that I would find it a little bit more tolerable if they were at least building a multi-unit rental, so there would be a good reason for what I'm losing. I don't include this detail to say that we should continue to tolerate the broken planning system in this city. What I'm trying to say is that I can't in good conscience speak against the most economically vulnerable who are reliant on community housing, while the most wealthy people abuse this broken planning system to build luxury homes. While I have great compassion for the neighboring homes and to the objectors of the project and the requested amendments, as a resident of Swansea, I feel it is my duty to protect the affordability of housing to the economically vulnerable in my neighborhood and my city. I hope we can move forward as a community, balancing progress with compassion, but we can't move forward at all until we rebuild these affordable and rent-geared to income homes and bring back the people who were displaced. I reiterate my support for this project and the requested amendments, and I urge the Planning and Housing Committee members, as well as City Council as a whole, to do the same.
Thank you, Nancy. Are there any questions? No, seeing none, thank you so much. Ken Leamy. Ken? Oh, Ken, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
That's true. I can hear you. It says I'm unmuted. I'm on the phone.
There you go, Ken. You're all good. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much for having me this morning and allowing me to speak. As many of the people who have spoken, I'm a Swansea resident, lived here 25 plus years, just up the hill on Windermere. Honestly, this whole affair upsets me. I've found myself a bit late to the affair. It's not like there was big notice around. There was no major community meeting. Big things are happening at the bottom of the hill. You should be there. Anyway, here we are. I have a lot of questions, really. I just in general, why are we making this so big? There was 150 units before. Now we've got 650. Why so many? The towers are so tall. The one guy is trying to help the birds. I guess we just forget him. I guess we forget the birds. We've got to have 35 stories. It doesn't seem right. Why is there no environmental assessment? There's a Grenadier Pond and all the High Park is right there. You're going to drain the water on a non-stable ex-Stelco site and make something like a 35-story tower? You're going to have the leaning tower of Swansea at the bottom of the hill. It's madness, if you ask me, to try and jam this giant complex with all these people into what once was a nice little community for people who needed help. Now I've got market rent, 35 stories. How many studios? Look around the neighborhood. There's studios for rent everywhere. We're building more all the time. Whatever happened to any bit of consideration for the neighbors who live there? You're going to jam yourselves in there, make this giant footprint, and suddenly the rest of you neighbors, too bad. Don't be NIMBYs. Just take it. It's not right. You say yourselves there should be transit. Where's the transit? I don't see any transit nearby. The Queensway is a mess. The streetcar is a mess. There's no 77 service. You can stand there for 20 minutes and hope for a bus. Sorry, it bothers me why this has gone so far. Secondarily, as some of the other people said, TCHC and their CSU security arm are not good landlords. They're not good at taking care of completely rental buildings. People are running in and out of these buildings. I read in the Star articles, there's a number of them recently. Vandalism, drug use in hallways. People who don't live there are there. How can you control it? It says that the people who live there are treated like cattle and that treated very badly by the own security staff. This new place you're asking for is, I looked it up. Standard density of the city of Toronto is 4,428 people per square kilometer. What you're asking for here is just about, I think it's 18 times that density per square kilometer. You want to put about 1,750 people in there. There was maybe 600 before. Before there was 15,000 square feet of livable space. Now you've got more than 72,000, more than 5 times. Why are we doing this? Who's making money? Who's happy about this? The developers? The locals are not happy. The neighbors are not happy. The birds are not happy. You're jamming this thing in there like it's important. Why are this site suddenly going to make up for all the failings of the past? What, we're going to jam people in there to make money? Why is this happening? These are the questions I want somebody to please answer. I beg you, defer this for further review. It's been 4+ years since that roof fell in. We've got time. What's the rush? Why are you jamming things down people's throats that they don't want? It sounds like the typical provincial method. Yeah, we hear you. Yeah, great. Don't be idiots. Just do what you're told. I don't know. It upsets me. I beg you, listen to the people. Try another option. Don't just give up on us. The 35 stories is not appropriate. You can find some other way to fit people. Why do so many people? That's what gets me. You need 600 people, maybe 50. You had 150 units. Why is there suddenly nearly 650 or whatever, 700 units? It's crazy in my mind. Please, I beg you, let us consider David Peterson. Consider Greg Homonio at the start. They have good reasons, scientific reasons why not to do this. It's wrong. I beg you, please listen to us. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Ken? Nope, seeing none. The next deputy I have listed is Veronica Wynn. Hi, Veronica, welcome.
I'm going to have to put in my computer, plug it in if...
Do you need any help with that? Someone's going to come assist you right now.
Sorry for the glasses.
While you're getting set up, if Alex is still listening, Alex, I checked into the planning and development rationale document.
Does it come up on the screen?
So it sounds like what's happened is that the Application Information Center website that lists all the reports is sending people to an appendix of the development rationale. That'll be corrected. It's already been corrected. I am so sorry for that, but it was submitted appropriately and it was reviewed by staff. And if you want to go take a look at it, it's available now. My apologies to everyone.
There it is.
We have video out.
Folks, we need to just take a 5-minute recess because we're human beings. We'll come back at 12 or 11:35. And that'll give Veronica time to get set up. To the members of the committee, be prompt.
All those in favor?
All those in favor, post carried.
I will see if I can find, but I don't think we have an adapter that will fit. Are you here for?
Oh, I should have brought my other.
Do you,
Oh.
have you in the past?
No, this has been my computer because the stuff is on my computer.
Just show it up later, yeah.
Oh, you can, I have a, if you could.
So we'll put that back in for you. I will go and I will take a quick look and see if I can find something online.
Okay.
Okay, if folks could resume their seats. Hi, everyone. If we got a lot to get through.
We need a gavel.
I've got a gavel, but I don't want to use
Quiet!
it. Francis. Shh. There we go.
It worked.
Oh, Councillor Matlow is in the room, as is Councillor Crisanti, so we do have quorum. Veronica, you ready to go? There you go. Okay. Just push your microphone button. Yeah, it should be.
Okay.
There you go.
I've just had work done on my eyes, on my whatever, so pardon me if I scrunch up and kind of look at what things. Anyway, okay, let me get down to the beginning. I just brought pictures for you guys, you know. Oh, there you go. That's good. Okay, so I'm Veronica Wynne, and I'm the president of the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association and Group, and I am. We've been working with a committee in the community to make sure. And we've been working with members of the returning residents from the Swansea Mews, and we've been getting their opinion and working with what is, we've been working to bring them, both community and the residents, so that they can return to a safe, and live in a safe, secure, healthy, and sustainable community. And unfortunately, this isn't happening with this development. Another feature of what Swansea ratepayers do, they believe in, if we're going to do a critique of something, we also should be able to provide a solution. And so what we have done is we have made sure that we have a solution if we do bring the critiques that are there. And that is the swanseapark.ca, which is what our previous speaker, David Peterson, was working on. And it actually checks all the, you can check off all the items, and that it will be the best thing and in the interest of, and it is what the residents of the Mews want to return to. Okay? And our concerns are many, but the main ones are the building, a 3-story structure, is being built on stilts in contaminated water. And it is, which they say cannot be removed. And it is a requirement. We've gone through all the buildings in our area, and one with that had a gas station on it too, and it took them 6 times, or maybe 6 years, to actually dig out the soil before they could get an authorization that the soil was safe to build in. So they say it cannot be removed, and then we have 3 different updated hydrological reports that say, well, you know, we're getting there, whatever. And then the last one says, well, we're going to leave it there, but, you know, if the water rises in this aquifer, contaminated aquifer, we'll get containers and take it away. But they don't tell you where they're going to take it away to. Anyway, but there was also a problem, and if you look at these, okay. Okay, I have two maps here. That's the one with all the subwater, subsoil pond, and then the other 2. And this Grenadier Pond has been designated as a significant environmental area. And that requires lots of policies and rules. And they are the rules in, and I think it's Rule in the city's plan, it's 3.2.14. And what it says is that if you have a building that's within, you can't, a building within the, I think it's 120 meters of the specialized area, which is, you can see that the line goes through the Swansea Mews. So it's obviously, and it needs to be dealt with. And that would, if you present, they didn't present the document that says this, that says that they're, and what the position is, and the ecological report, but in the report, in the one of the reports, the hydrologic one maybe, they said, oh well, it's 50 meters away, so it's okay. But it's not okay because it's not according to the rules. And there's also another bylaw that says you have to deal with it, not with the sunshine, the equinox, and the solstice. You have to deal with this special area.
Veronica, I'm very sorry, you're over time now.
Okay.
Are there any questions for Veronica? No? Thank you so much for your deputation today.
Okay, thank you.
Next I have Penny Fisher.
Yeah.
Hi, Penny, welcome.
Good morning.
5 minutes, you can start when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Penny Fisher. I'm a former resident of Swansea Mews who was displaced. I am also, this is the second time I've been displaced personally by the City of Toronto. I was a former homeowner on the Toronto Islands and was there in 1975 when Alan Tonks came over with the sheriff to evict us. I'm also a member of the Swansea Mews Tenant Leadership Committee, and I'm speaking on their behalf. We respectfully ask that the council not approve this current plan for Swansea, and the majority of the tenants are against it. And the reason we're against it is because we do not feel that the infrastructure is there to support what the plan is. We support the redevelopment of Swansea Mews, and as long as it works for the people who actually live there. The people making the decision here for the plans are not going to live in Swansea. We ask before you decide that you ask yourselves if you would live there. The plans are theory, but the theory is not practice. And it has to work for the people that is going to live there for the next 20, 30, 40 years. When it comes to the plan as it stands with the 35-story building, 16-story plus building, and townhouses, we're talking 5 times the number of tenants that were going to live there in the same space. We were not part of the plan for the architecture. We were not asked whether we wanted a 35-story building or a 16-story building or stacked townhouses with very limited green space. We were told what the plan would be. We have been asked whether we would like a Tim Hortons or what kind of grocery store, but we're not asked how to what we saw and how Swansea would look and what would work for us. As mentioned before, repeatedly, the area is a bottleneck. You've got 2 highways, you've got 2 major streets, you've got transit, which one of the former speakers said that takes 20 minutes. I would argue it takes 45 minutes sometimes to get a bus. There's only one bus on that route. And there are a lot of hills in the area that people with mobility issues would have a problem with. There's limited shopping. There's one small grocery store up on on Bloor Street that we go to that services the entire High Park area. And we also do not have the schooling. Swansea Public School is already at capacity. Where are the kids going to go to school with this plan? So what I'm saying is that this plan will not work for the people that you're expecting to live there. Also, there's an issue of overcrowding. If you've looked at the studies for overcrowding, you will know that what it leads to is increased in crime and other social issues, mental health issues. These are preventable. You have the chance to prevent these issues from happening. When I moved into Swansea Mews in 2008, my unit was not livable. Amongst all the other huge safety and fire issues that were in my unit, there was a 250-volt wire hanging free next to the dryer and my kids' bicycles that could have killed them. And it took me 14 years to bring my unit up to standard. And unfortunately, that was the time when the ceiling fell. So I didn't really get to enjoy the work that I put into that unit. Also, it has to mention that before the ceiling fell, there were 30 units in Swansea Mews that were not livable. They were empty because they were not livable. So what we're saying to you is whatever you plan, it has to be maintained up to standard for the next 30, 40 years. However long you want those buildings to stand, that's how long they have to be maintained.
Penny, you're almost at time.
I understand, okay. So it's also been rationalized that the reason why there's supposed to be up to 5 times the amount of units is that it's for the housing crisis. Well, I suggest that the housing crisis can be dealt with in this council by making rent the equivalent of 30% of a person's income as it used to be.
Yeah. Okay, so, Penny, I'm going to have to stop.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Okay. Are there any questions for Penny? No? Penny, thank you for that. The final deputant I have listed is Deborah Green. Deborah, I understand you're online. Deborah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, there you are. Welcome.
Yep. Thanks so much. Thanks to the committee for having me this morning. And I also want to just say a quick thanks to your fantastic staff who got me registered at the very last minute when I didn't do it properly. So that's lovely. Thanks. So my name's Debbie Green. I'm here representing the Ward 4 environmental organizations, Parkdale High Park for Climate Action and Green 13. And we are supporting the increased density proposed for the upcoming Swansea Mews rebuild. We generally support greater housing density because it's good for the environment. As most of you will know, dense housing reduces energy consumption, lowers carbon emissions, and preserves natural land. By concentrating residents, more density supports efficient public transit, reduces car dependence, and that's been kind of a discussion point, and uses less energy for heating and cooling due to shared walls. Density also limits urban sprawl, which protects ecosystems. I would point out that Ward 4 is behind other parts of the city in densification. In fact, between 2016 and 2021, the population of Ward 4 actually declined, while the rest of the city population increased. This does not contribute to a healthy neighborhood, nor is it reasonable when there are so many of our fellow Torontonians who need a place to live, particularly an affordable place to live. In addition to the environmental reasons, greater density is needed for our local businesses. I think many of us walk around and see shuttered stores on Bloor Street, Roncesvalles, and Queen. More neighbors mean more local shopping and a healthier local economy. For residents of the redeveloped Swansea Mews, we hope to see good air quality monitoring, awnings for shade, and ideally, community gardens. And of course, the committee knows that every new building should be built for energy efficiency and climate resilience. So on that, we look forward to welcoming returning and new neighbors to our beautiful Ward 4. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Debbie? No, seeing none. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, that completes the deputations. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Chair, and I guess I can start. Can you please describe the process of consultation? How many of these consultations took place and over what period of time? And when the notices were distributed, to what extent were they distributed in that community?
Through the chair, there was substantial consultation conducted by staff in addition to the consultation through Toronto Community Housing. There was a pre-application community meeting held as per the practice of Ward 4. That was an online consultation that was held before the application came in. There was an in-person community consultation meeting held as well. That was held in a school. We did hear some feedback about that. In terms of some concerns about the crowding in that meeting. There was a follow-up meeting held with development review staff and residents online, and also our community city planning colleagues. Our housing colleagues had a tenant meeting as part of the consultation process.
And the notices were delivered in the minimum 120 meters or beyond that?
Notice would have been delivered in a variety of means. They certainly would have been in compliance with their standard practice in terms of the radius.
And did you get good attendance in these different consultation meetings?
We certainly had very good attendance at the in-person meeting. We had over 80 people in attendance at that meeting. And we had a number of attendees at our follow-up meeting with the residents. I believe we had 10, 12 attendees from the residents group at that meeting as well. And I can't speak to the city planning-led meeting with the tenants.
I just want to go back in history a bit. In 2022, there was a structural failure in one of the buildings. And there were a total of, how many total blocks were there? How many buildings existing currently?
I'll probably turn that to my colleagues for a response.
Through the chair, I wonder if Toronto building staff has any information on that they could share?
Through the chair, there are 9 blocks existing.
9 existing. The structural failure was in one of these blocks or multiple blocks?
It was in one of the units.
So how is it that everything got shut down and everyone had to be evacuated when the problem is only in one of the units?
Through the chair and to Councillor, although the failure occurred in one of the blocks, it was tested and found to be a concern in the other blocks as well, in additional units, and therefore that's what caused the displacement of our tenants.
So they figured out at that point the integrity of the rest of the buildings are?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So just one last question here. It's as we heard already, and I want to thank all the deputies that came out and expressed their concerns quite eloquently. But one of the deputies, I believe his name was Ken, who asked a very pointed question And he said, why is this happening now? Why the leap from 150 units up to almost 700 units, I believe, 649 dwelling units? So how did that come about? This level of density, how did we get to this point?
Through the chair, that's been working with development review and planning to see what would be appropriate for the area. We're also in a housing crisis, so our intention is to try and increase the amount of housing provided on city-owned lands.
All right, and this was all the traffic studies, and someone had a concern about the schools are at capacity. Is that, have you looked at that, and what do the families do with kids? Is there capacity for the children to get to a school?
Through the chair, as is typical through the rezoning process, that's something that we look at when evaluating an application. One of the things that was identified was that some of the schools in the area are in fact at capacity, and the school boards have recommended that signs be posted at the construction sites, advising future residents that the residents might not be able to be accommodated at local schools. That's something that will be kind of further fleshed out at the site plan control stage.
That's your time, Councillor. Are there any other questions? Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you. And I do remember in 2022 when we had to evacuate, and I know it was, and it came to council. But just a question to housing. I mean, the question was answered as far as the community consultation, but with Toronto Housing, what is the waiting list right now for people trying to get housing?
The wait list for rent geared to income housing, Councillor, and through the chair is approximately 100,000 households.
Okay, so previously there were townhouses at the site, correct? And am I fair to say that the reason for the density is that you want to, because we have a huge waiting list, that we want to house a lot more tenants rather than have them be on a waiting list for 20 years? Am I correct?
You are correct, Councillor, through the chair.
And that's the reason for the high rise, and that's the reason for the density. So as far as the tenants that were displaced, there was, you did have community consultation with them on what the proposal is, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. City Planning held a tenant meeting and 24 tenants attended.
Okay, and what were their concerns when you met with the tenants?
Through the chair, I would also note that TCHC has been actively engaged in consulting with tenants, and there's been leadership meetings and so on. In general, tenants were interested in understanding the right to return process, how they would be right-sized, meaning how they would ensure that they would get to a replacement unit that was appropriate to their household size, and how moving assistance would take place.
So when they were displaced, so where are these tenants now? Where are they housed?
Councillor, and through the chair, TCHC tenants who were formerly housed at Swansea Mews are currently in relocation units across the city within the TCHC portfolio primarily. Tenant consultation was facilitated virtually and in person. An advisory group was formed with tenant leaders, with approximately 24 tenant leaders participating in ongoing meetings and have been engaged throughout the process, including a meeting as of this week. Priorities of those tenants include access to green spaces, safe spaces for young people and their children to play, as well as food security and food access. Were identified as priorities, not only in the consultation process, but also through a survey that was made available to our tenants, as well as the broader Swansea Mews community via our website. which had over 80 responses in there. So those are the priorities. Some of those priorities are being met through the proposal, and there's ongoing work taking place to secure different types of partnerships that could take advantage of the commercial spaces or community spaces that will be built as part of this proposal. For example, if childcare is a top priority, TCHC will be working with partners to secure perhaps child-minding services within the site to support tenants and the surrounding community.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Matlow?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there were concerns raised regarding ecological issues. One, if not more, deputants claimed that that the property itself might be contaminated, and that there could be health concerns for residents. Could somebody speak to that concern?
Through the chair, I'll ask Toronto Building again to speak to the RSC process.
Through the chair, the record of site condition is typically required when a use is going from a more hazardous use to a lesser, for example, a industrial use to a residential use. However, on this site, you already have an existing use of residential, so I don't believe the record of site condition would necessarily be required in this case.
Required or not, is there somebody here who can just kind of conclusively, authoritatively say that that there are no health concerns regarding the past uses of the site, and that it will be healthful and safe for new residents?
Through the chair, I think that will be through the environmental studies that would be going through the site process. So I would refer to my colleagues in development engineering.
Through the chair, if I may be of assistance, to say that there was, of course, residential there as it existed. The new proposed residential would ensure that we were meeting all environmental regulations, and that would be through the EA process, and ensuring that whatever is being contemplated would be to the standard that would protect against anything that may be found through that process.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions. There's been a suggestion that there's a problem with the water table. Is the building going to be into the water table or above it? Can someone give me a little information on that?
Through the chair, my name is Narayan Nguyen. I'm acting director for engineering review. In terms of the water table, the reports that have been submitted as in support of the application indicate that the water level varies from anywhere from 2.84 meters below surface to almost 5 meters below surface. The design of the building, as I understand it, does not reach the water level.
So just, sorry, I'm a bear of very little brain. In plain English, that means the building's going to be above the water table.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There was a suggestion that no consultation took place in terms of alternative designs. My memory is that actually there was an initial design where we got feedback that too much density was near the neighborhood, and the design was altered to move the density away from the neighborhood. Am I correct in my memory? Who's answering that?
Through the chair, I'll ask our community planning colleagues to speak to that. Through the chair, we'll respond to that very shortly.
Or through the chair, I might be able to add some context from TCHC. So the IDP that was approved in 2025 had a range of housing contemplated between 700 and 850 total units. Through the planning and design process of the zoning application, so following the IDP approval, that number is now proposed at 649 homes, which is below the lower end of that range that was contemplated in the initial development proposal. This was an intentional move to balance both the financial viability with the need to bring more than just housing to this property, and to thoughtfully plan a development that was sensitive transition to the surrounding neighborhood and add substantially more open space, amenities, and commercial and community space to the community.
Thanks. I think I started my clock at the wrong time, but do members mind if I do a second round? No? Okay. Along the same lines, I know that there was substantial and separate consultation with the tenants, and that when they saw the initial design, they felt that they wanted some of that courtyard feel that they used to have, so the submission was altered based on that feedback. Am I correct in my memory on that?
Yes, you are correct in that.
Okay.
There's an elevated courtyard and rooftop gardens included in the proposal, and ongoing engagement with tenants will take place to further design those features and outdoor and indoor amenities with the project.
Okay. I've also heard a suggestion that we should just replace like for like. You know, we had a townhouse form there, and we should just put a townhouse form back. So when Swansea Mews was built, it was in the mid-70s, and if I just looked it up, the population of what is now the city of Toronto was about 2.2 million, and it's now more like 3.3 or 3.4, so almost 50% bigger. We are approving more density now than we were 50 years ago. Is that fair?
Through the chair, certainly we're improving significantly higher densities currently than we would have been back in the day when Swansea Mews was originally developed.
Okay. And when we were when you were reviewing this, did you look at some of the densities, say, in the same area immediately to the south and to the west of the site?
Through the chair, we did look at adjacent developments, and there are adjacent developments of similar height and density in the area.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Does anyone wish to speak? No? Okay. I'll speak then. First of all, I want to thank everyone who's been engaged in this process. There's been an awful lot of useful feedback, some of which we've been able to accommodate and some of which we haven't. Of critical importance here are the 140 odd households who lost their housing. And they lost it because of a bizarre construction technique that frankly, our chief building official at the time said he has never seen before. And he called around to other chief building officials in North America, and they've never seen it before. It was a thing where concrete was glued to concrete instead of being solid pieces. And that's, you know, an historic fact we can't go back and fix. The company that built it, the Ontario Housing Company, doesn't even exist anymore. This is one of the buildings that the province, this was one of the buildings that the province downloaded onto the City of Toronto without adequate capital repair funding. And the context for development has changed. We simply can't build back the Toronto that we had 50 years ago. We're seeing right across the city more density. The thing that's different in this case is that instead of that density being driven by speculative condominium investments where little shoe boxes are being traded like casino chips, this is actually designed to meet the needs of families. It's one of the very few developments I've ever seen where not only are we meeting the requirements the city has for 2 and 3 bedrooms, which are profoundly exceeding them. 2/3 of the units here are going to be 2 and 3 bedrooms. So mixing a careful review of the kinds of densities we're seeing in the surrounding area, mixing the need for transition down to some of the existing housing, mixing also the need to not just build rent geared to income, but to build rent geared to income and market housing together to get a healthier and more sustainable mix, takes us to this building. This is something, when there's a development proposal, there's a lot of controversy and a lot of anxiety. But this is something that 10 years from now, I think the City of Toronto is going to look back on and feel immensely proud of. This is the kind of housing that we need to build more of. For the last 20 years, we've been building too much of the wrong thing. And that's why we've seen a real estate collapse. Instead of building housing that people actually need, we've been building investor units. And as a result, we've had a market bubble that's burst. And we're seeing record lows of purchase of those shoebox condominiums and are sitting in a burst real estate market. The other side, of course, is that, as some of the questioning revealed, there's a tremendous demand for affordable housing. And I'm very proud of the Toronto Community Housing staff, City of Toronto Development Review staff, the tenants at Swansea Mews who participated in designing this, and all of the folks who've made suggestions, some of which have been brought into this. So it's not just with clear comfort, but actual excitement that I'm going to be supporting this, and I hope that all the members of the committee do, and I hope that all of council does. Okay, and I'll be moving the staff recommendations. Anyone else wish to speak to the item? No, seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. All right. That takes us to our next item, which is PH 28.6, North York at the Center, Directions Report for an Updated Secondary Plan. If I could just ask folks, I know there are a lot of people who need to change seats, if you could do it quickly and then settle back in quietly so we have time to hear a few deputants before our lunch break. Okay, I'm going to ask everyone to settle in quietly now. We have another big item in front of us. This is item PH 28.6, North York at the Center, Directions Report for an Updated Secondary Plan. Before I take deputations, I want to remind everybody and tell anybody who wasn't with us at the beginning of the meeting, because of the very high number of deputation requests, and because we're at bare quorum today for what we call non-statutory items, in other words, ones that are not legal hearings under the Planning Act, we've agreed to limit deputations to 3 minutes and limit the questions from members of council and members of committee to 3 minutes also. I really regret that we had to do that, but otherwise it's conceivable we would have lost quorum and not be able to approve all of the business on our agenda today. So with that, I'll call our first deputant. Oh, Harry Keys. Actually, Harry, before you come up, I understand, Councillor Chang, you have a fairly substantial motion. Can I ask that that get pre-circulated to members? Clerks have it, but can I ask to make sure that members get a copy as well? You're comfortable with that? Okay, great. Harry, come on up and welcome. Whenever you're ready, Harry.
Great. Thank you. And thanks again to the committee for hearing me today. So I'm a resident of Willowdale. I'm right in the downtown overlooking Finch Station. This is a great area, and we moved here a few years ago because of the area's vibrancy. And I spent a good amount of my free time in the Yonge Street corridor, on foot or by bike, or reluctantly by car if I have to. But I spend a lot of time enjoying the local shops and restaurants. So I strongly support the overall direction that's being put forth in this report. I'm going to speak specifically to plans for housing, mobility, and the public realm. So the final options and directions report for North York Centre recommends changes to zoning that would increase density and mixed use along Yonge Street and Shepherd and Finch Avenues, all major transit station areas. It also recommends introducing mixed use and mid-rise zoning to Empress and Willowdale Avenues, which are essentially secondary main streets here. These changes would welcome more neighbors and accommodate growth, and would introduce missing middle density to the area and allow for a more gradual transition between high density and single family zoning, as opposed to what's kind of an uncomfortable status quo of towers surrounded by single family homes. More options for livable spaces for future residents across all income levels would benefit from this, and it wouldn't just be for those that are well off or investors that have been spoken about at length with the previous item. So I am concerned about any future scaling back of that medium density or mixed use zoning, especially along Willowdale and Empress, because what that would do would concentrate growth into already very high density corridors and result in fewer housing options for future neighbors here. This would force those potential residents to choose between insufficiently sized new condos or unaffordable single family homes. There's been a lot of conversation during the last year of engagement on this, which I've tried to attend a lot of as a local resident, that we need to compromise on some of these changes. But the current plan is already a compromise. I strongly urge the committee and council to support the plans for zoning as is in the plan, and look to find ways to future strengthen that. On the issue of mobility, I strongly urge the committee to support plans in the report for improvements to cycling and pedestrian infrastructure and transit. We have a growing cycling culture here in Willowdale, spurred on by local advocacy. Shout out to North York Cycles. We also have new protected bike lanes built on Willowdale and Shepherd. The report recommends further development of that comprehensive cycling network that would make it safer and easier for people to get around on bike. I also support recommendations for local transit connectivity improvements. So improvements to the public realm would also be great. It would turn Yonge Street from an urban highway into a much nicer public space for everyone. So finally, I support any future investments in infrastructure, services, and community development to meet the needs of this community and more neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Harry. Are there any questions for Harry? No, seeing none. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have Laura Burnham. Hi, Laura. I understand you're with us virtually. Can you hear me? Welcome. You got 3 minutes. Sorry, you can start as soon as you're ready. Laura, I'm afraid I can't hear you. Are you sure that you've unmuted yourself?
I've just tried again.
There
Good
you
afternoon,
go.
Chair.
Okay, loud
Thank
and
you.
clear.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and our thanks to City staff for identifying maintaining the office sector as a key objective in the directions report. My name is Laura Burnham. I'm the Executive Director of the Young North York BIA. We represent over 1,600 businesses and commercial properties stretching along the Yonge Street corridor from Highway 401 to the Finch subway station. Young North York BIA includes the majority of office tenants and workers in North York at the center. With over 36,000 employees and 9 million square feet of office space, North York at the center is the downtown of North York, It's also Toronto's primary office, retail service, and hospitality node in Northern Toronto. Over 3/4 of this area's employees work in office jobs. The young North York business community has been many years in the making. It has grown to become a vital source of quality employment and a significant commercial tax base. As the saying goes, it would be penny wise and pound foolish to allow the office sector to deteriorate due to current global market factors. By retaining office space alongside residential growth, we avoid destabilizing the ability of North York at the Centre to continue as Toronto's largest office node outside the downtown core. We ask you to work with us urgently and in detail to align the secondary plan to further stabilize, revitalize, and grow North York at the Centre's office sector. Specifically, we're calling for the secondary plan to initiate the 3 following activators. 1, a dedicated economic development office with city staffing for North York at the Centre, which would work closely in partnership with the Young North York BAA to foster and implement business retention and attraction initiatives to more fully utilize existing office space. 2, an office sector growth and marketing plan created in partnership with the Young North York BAA and other office stakeholders so that the city can develop a formal and collaborative strategy that includes tools and incentives to successfully foster the full potential of the office sector in this center. 3, incorporating the BA's approved award-winning Young North York Public Realm Master Plan into the secondary plan update. In closing, retention of commercial office and retail space within new developments is essential to serving our growing population and driving Main Street economic health. Thank you. We look forward to working with the city, and please see our letter for more details.
Thank you very much, Laura. Are there any questions for Laura? No, seeing none. Thank you for your deputation today. Frank Reese. Hi, Frank. Welcome.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Chairman and members. I'm a resident of Willowdale, have been a resident since 1985, and have seen the area change substantially over those many years. The main change that we've seen, as you all know, is the development of the downtown core from previous councils' decisions to create 2 ring roads with high density within that space. This has been a wildly successful measure that allowed the development of high density development throughout that area, which is still growing, and it's basically 80 to 90% developed. There are peripheral developments occurring at the north and south end of that, and that will extend with the subway extensions up to Steeles and so forth. So there'll be further high density development along the Yonge Street spine. This is great news. It's been a successful way of producing housing in North York. The next thing that happened after the 90s, which is when this all occurred, is that we had a large amount of immigrants, newcomers coming to Toronto and taking part in redevelopment of the area east of Doris Avenue, which is east towards Willowdale Avenue, and further to Bayview. There are hundreds and hundreds of lots that have been redeveloped into multi-million-dollar houses in that area. I don't live in that specific area, but I live quite nearby. My area has also seen a major transition in that way. Those houses represent $2 to $4 million of investment on each lot. We have probably $400 million worth of new housing stock in the area between Doris Avenue and Willowdale Avenue. If you have had a chance to drive, cycle, or walk that neighborhood, if your staff have had a chance to walk, cycle, or drive that neighborhood, you will see the hundreds and hundreds of new houses in that area. The plan, while it's a great plan that's been developed here by staff and by council, by yourselves, misses the point that those people that live in that area that I just described just arrived in Canada. They had faith in the plan where there were 2 ring roads that created a boundary that was a firm boundary that allowed very little, if any, new development in that area.
Frank, I'm going to have to stop you there. You're at time. Sorry. We've got a lot to get through today.
I've got one more point to make.
One sentence.
And that's Willowdale Avenue. Don't breach the boundary. You've created a new area. Don't breach the boundary.
Thank you, Frank. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to recess the meeting until 1:30.
Thank you.
Right, they stalled on that.
Yes.
That was a good chat. Yes.
And this is 2022.
Counselor, let me tell you, you have all the right to be upset.
I know.
All the right to be upset. I don't have a good answer for you. Of course, I don't have a good answer.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We have quorum now. If I could ask folks to take their seat and wind their conversations up. The next deputant I have listed is Veronica McDonald. Hi, Veronica. I understand you're online. Can you hear me? While we're waiting for Veronica, I just want to remind folks that because of the high volume of deputants that we have on today's agenda and the fact that we're at bare quorum and may lose quorum later in the day, we've limited deputations to 5 minutes.
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Oh my goodness. It's a good thing I'm not in charge. So Veronica, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody, and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Veronica McDonald, and I'm the Executive Director of North York Senior Centre. We are a community-based organization that has served Willowdale and the broader North York community for more than 50 years. We appreciate the city's work on the North York at the Centre study and the extensive community engagement that has informed this report. And we support thoughtful growth and recognize the important role North York Centre plays as a transit-connected, mixed-use hub and a welcoming destination for residents, workers, and newcomers. As Council moves forward, we would like to emphasize one critical element for creating complete communities, the inclusion of accessible and affordable community spaces, particularly for older adults. With continued growth and increased density, North York Centre will see a corresponding rise in the number of older adults who wish to age in place. Housing alone does not support healthy aging. People also need places to gather, learn, volunteer, and build meaningful social connections. These shared spaces are essential for social infrastructure. From decades of experience delivering programs for older adults, we know that without dedicated and affordable physical space, community organizations cannot operate effectively and residents become isolated. Research consistently shows that social isolation and loneliness have serious health impacts while increasing pressure on healthcare and social services. Investing in community space is a preventative measure that benefits not only seniors but the broader community. We urge Council to ensure that accessible community space is embedded as a requirement within new developments, both during the interim period and in the updated secondary plan. These spaces should be flexible, inclusive, and affordable for community-serving organizations to use. Also, as a recipient of city funds, such as the Community Service Partnerships for the last 25 years, we ask, as per your own mandate, quote, for Torontonians to live in vibrant, equitable, inclusive, safe neighborhoods and communities where the needs of vulnerable people and communities are met, unquote. So we ask that you increase this funding to not-for-profit community-based organizations in proportion to the new planned population growth. Lastly, please know that North York Senior Centre is ready to be an engaged partner in this work. We bring over 5 decades of experience in programming, volunteer engagement, and community building, and we would welcome the opportunity to contribute our experience and expertise as an in-kind partner in the planning, design, and activation of future community spaces. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Veronica? No? Thank you so much for your deputation today. Next, I have Jeff Matthews. Hi, Jeff. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Jeff Matthews, and I run development and construction with Capital Developments. In addition to the projects we've delivered in the core, we have a large presence in North York and North York Centre. We have a successful track record of building in the community, having built 2 well-designed projects in the node, delivering over 800 net new units of supply over the last decade. And we recently acquired another site and believe very much in the long-term fundamentals of the area and are committed to delivering more rental housing in the city and in accordance with the city's growing up guidelines. It's inside the North York Centre secondary plan, and on that site, we concluded a very successful rezoning working both with the community, Councillor Chang, and planning staff. It was at times a bit protracted though, and I think some of the minor changes that could happen to the secondary plan could help reduce that going forward on other sites. To be clear, I think it's an excellent plan. And I know great effort was undertaken by planning staff, in particular, to advance to this point. It replaces what was really a wholly inadequate planning framework. But I think it's a concern I just want to raise about the height map, and just a comment, really. Max heights on this plan are on hard sites that don't really practically support development for most of the time, given what's already there. So, for example, there's an existing office complex or an existing federal building, things like this that we know are not going to be developable sites. So if it was the intent to utilize and plan services for this future growth, it seems the growth supported by this plan is not practically achievable. But I think there's a solution to this. Unlike the Young North secondary plan, where there's really a step change, in this site, there's really a step change from these maximum heights to much lower heights immediately east and west of the sites. And so there's really no transition zone in some areas where you go from 65 stories all the way to 25 stories. I think there's opportunities where that plan could have transitions, say to 45 to 35, and a more gradual radial reduction in height from the peaks at the subway stations. And I think there's opportunities where that plan could better follow the boundaries of the PMTSAs, which are now in force in effect. So really, it helps blunt that jarring transition of height maximums to lower scale immediately adjacent to it and creates a more gradual consideration. And I think given the urban design guidelines that we adhere to, which is a 750 square meter plate, these taller buildings have much smaller floor plates than shorter ones from the past that are enormous slab towers that I think generally are not as favorable as these more slender ones. So I would just ask that if there's an opportunity for the committee to take that into account, a more gradual east-west transition before finalizing the form of the secondary plan, that would be great. And if that can't be accommodated, to at least consider or think about it for future as some form of amendment to the plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any questions for Jeff? No, seeing none. Thanks so much for your deputation today. Next, I have Mark Salvarinas. Mark? One more time, Mark Salvarinas? No? Oh, Mark's online. Hey, Mark, can you hear me?
Hi there, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we do. Welcome, Mark. You've got 3 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you so much. Well, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mark Solverinas. I'm speaking today as a member of the area's corporate community and as a board member of Young North York BIA, which I will refer to as the YNY. I want to begin with a foundational point. Young North York is Toronto's second largest office district, only second to the financial district downtown. It is not simply a retail strip. It is not simply a residential corridor. It is a major employment, transit, and economic hub serving not just North Toronto, but York Region communities like Vaughan, Markham, among those beyond. Thousands commute here daily. Its office concentration supports small businesses, restaurants, professional services, and cultural institutions. And that leads me to my core message. A hub derives its value from concentration. Concentration of employment, concentration of transit connectivity, concentration of amenities, and concentration of people. That concentration justifies the hub's existence and defines its competitiveness. If we dilute that concentration, we weaken the hub. If we protect and enhance it, we strengthen not just North York, but the broader region. As this secondary plan moves forward, I urge the committee to ensure continued and enhanced density concentration along the Yonge corridor and within the YNY boundaries, particularly employment uses. Growth should be focused and strategic, reinforcing critical mass, not dispersing it. Young North York functions as a regional node. Its catchment area extends well beyond Toronto's municipal boundaries, and because of that, planning for YNY must involve coordination with York Region, the province of Ontario, and where appropriate, federal partners. Shout out to Councillor Chang for her recent successes and for engaging these stakeholders. Transportation, employment strategy, and infrastructure planning cannot stop at Steeles. If we recognize YNY as a regional hub, we must plan for it collaboratively at a regional scale. Young North York sits between two major provincial highways, the 401 and the 407. Yonge Street currently functions as a north-south traffic corridor between those highways. That creates a real tension when we talk about building a more vibrant and pedestrian-focused Main Street. If we want Yonge Street within YNY to become more walkable, safer, and economically dynamic, we must address the through traffic. I encourage the secondary plan to at least study a bypass strategy, such as diverting Doris and Beecroft into coordinated one-way corridors for through traffic traveling between the 401 and the 407. This would allow Yonge Street within our boundaries to prioritize local access, pedestrians, and placemaking. It would require provincial coordination and long-term planning, but if we're serious about maximizing YNY's potential, we must think about it at that scale. In closing, Young North York is Toronto's second largest office district. It is a regional employment engine, it's a transit hub, it's an economic anchor. The secondary plan is an opportunity to protect and enhance density concentration, reinforce employment strength, coordinate regionally, and align transportation with a vibrant, competitive future. Let's not just manage growth, let's strengthen the hub that YNY already is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Are there any questions for Mark? No? Mark, thanks so much for sharing your thoughts with us today.
Thank you.
Next, I have Catherine McBay. Good afternoon, Catherine. When you're ready. Go ahead. Catherine, can you make sure that the microphone in front of you is turned on? There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you today. I've been a member of the Willowdale community for 43 years. 40 years ago, I started the Finch East Community Neighborhood Watch, and that was to mirror the catchment zone of Finch Public School, which was from the hydro fields north of Finch East down to McKee and from Willowdale Avenue over to Bayview. I've served as school council chair or co-chair for a number of years for Finch Public School, Cummer Valley Middle School, and Earl Hague Secondary School. And I've been a 30-year scouter for Willowdale and 10 years for Sick Kids Hospital. So I have a big interest in helping kids, teens, families, and seniors, and continuing to welcome all the newcomers to our area. I have two asks to ask for your consideration today. The first one relates to just the fine edge of the plan, and I would like to ask that the Willowdale Avenue north from Empress to Finch be excluded from the plan with continuous neighborhood status throughout to match the east and west sides of Willowdale Avenue. It should stay as a stable neighborhood, not be interrupted with 7-story mixed-use buildings as proposed. There should be a clear continuation of the stable neighborhoods north of Empress to Finch Avenue on both sides of Willowdale. Please keep this area as a stable neighborhood. I note that there are bike lanes already on Willowdale Avenue with significant traffic, singles way each way. There's no street parking, and 7 stories commercial would not have enough parking for commercial use. The minor bus route goes through not very often, would not be sufficient, and so cars and parking are required. So Willowdale Avenue from Shepherd and Finch were not part of the mandate of a secondary study. And I note as well in the recently provided FAQ that the question was asked, why does the proposed secondary plan boundary extend beyond the PTMSA boundaries? The answer, proposed area would extend beyond the boundaries to align with the street network and include whole blocks that share a similar look and function. However, these are partial blocks, and that doesn't really apply to that rationale. So that's the first request with respect. And the other request, I noticed that recently there's been something added. There's 3 streets between Yonge and Willowdale. There's Doris, Dudley, and then Willowdale. And there's a light at Doris, the ring road, a light at Willowdale. There's a new proposal in the plan to include a new intersection, or new signal at Finch and Shepherd at Dudley, which, if allowed, would become a new ring road without protection. So that would be very dangerous. And we asked
Catherine,
that along
I'm
with
sorry,
no
but
left
you're
turns.
at time. Okay.
So no left turns there in rush hour.
Okay,
and no
thank you.
intersection.
Thank you.
Thank
Are
you.
there any other questions for Catherine? Councillor Chang.
I know, Kathy, you've put so much time into reading, so just wanted to ask, is there any other key matter that you would like to share at this time?
Thank you. I'd like to support the motions that you have drafted, which have a lot of time and effort put into them, and a lot of the considerations of our whole neighborhood and all the work that everyone's put in every week for the whole year. And we really appreciate that support for our community, even instead of just asking for proposing them later, putting them through now if that would be possible, because that's what the neighborhood would prefer if possible. We certainly welcome growth. We welcome our new neighbors. We've been doing it for decades. We have huge growth in our area already, tripling ahead. We'll be welcoming people, but it's going to be pretty unlivable, and it's a targeted area because of being desirable. We would like to kind of keep the balance if we can.
Great, thank you. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? No? Catherine, thank you. Yenny Muslim? Yenny, I understand you're online. Can you hear me? Yenny? Okay, we'll see if we can fix that, but we'll move on to the next. Sally Guston. Hi, Sally. Whenever you're ready. Oh, you need some help? Okay.
The YCCA, or the Young Corridor Condominium Association, besides being a best practice resource for condominium boards, we also advocate for the thousands of vertical community residents in the Young Corridor regarding safety and quality of life. It's a vibrant and dynamic area, but it has experienced accelerated growth in multi-unit high-rise development over the past few years. Each high-rise development brings in hundreds of more residents, putting more pressures on the facilities and the infrastructure. Legislative changes mean that development charges no longer go directly to the community. Each additional high-rise development adds more people to the vehicle traffic, congestion, noise, pedestrian safety, and this is compounded during rush hour, particularly at Shepherd and Yonge and around the 401. Additionally, the residents commuting on Line 1, sometimes the subway is completely full by the time it reaches Shepherd during rush hour. And more high-rises would add more to this congestion. Local schools are overflowing, and those children are bused to areas outside the area. Children can literally look down on a school, but they cannot attend. They are bused out of the area. This also compounds in access to parks and rec programs, which people often don't get into, or they would have to go outside of the area to engage in them. It also means more requests for emergency services, fire, ambulance, and police, which we're already challenged to meet in this area, and public parking, although it's very minimal in the area. Usually new residential and commercial buildings don't add to additionally public parking. So the YCCA is well aware of the need for more housing in the City of Toronto. But we think new residential development should be planned in conjunction with the development of infrastructure and services. And we're really happy about the suggested infrastructure improvements revised in the North York secondary plan. However, why not address the current deficiencies now before adding the pressure of thousands more residents and businesses? Thank you on behalf of all the thousands of residents living in high-rise in the North York corridor.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Sally? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for sharing that with us today. Paul Honus.
Great.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Parks, Council, and all of our neighbors and friends out there in YouTube land. My name's Paul Honus, and I'm, like Sally, on the executive committee of the Young Quarter Condominium Association. And in that capacity, I served since day one on the local advisory committee for the North York Secondary Plan, and have participated in almost every opportunity on this topic, including the scorcher at Mitchell Field last summer. After attending all of those meetings, I'm in awe and greatly appreciate the efforts of city staff, specifically Stephen Gardner and Lana Newman, who are here with us today in their plan. And I'm here to speak in support, in particular for sections 4.3 and 4.4, which is Parks and Environment and the Public Realm. In case you didn't see the 2024 study by the local, our neighborhood, this neighborhood, has the highest life expectancy of any region in Toronto. It's an impressive 86.2 years, which is much higher than the city average of 80.2. If we were a country, our life expectancy would be higher than Japan. For thousands of our neighbors, especially children and seniors though, our local parks are their only access to nature. But when those parks are overcrowded, too small, or too far away, the cost is felt in very human terms, in frustration, isolation, and declining health. We know that parks cool our streets, the trees clean our air, and the green spaces absorb stormwater. But beyond these clear benefits, parks are where community happens. It's where newcomers meet their neighbors. It's where festivals bring strangers together. And it's where someone who lives alone can feel a little less so. There's also an equity issue here, though. Some can escape the concrete canyons and go to cottages or move to larger homes in the country. But lower income residents and newcomers rely almost entirely on these public spaces. If we increase density without increasing green space, we're placing the greatest burden on those with the fewest options. As we plan for the next 25 years, please keep in mind that our open spaces are not empty lands just waiting to be built on, but they're the foundation that makes the city livable and a place where we all can prosper. Thank you very much for your time and your service to our city.
Thank you, Paul. Are there any questions? No? Thanks so much for sharing that with us today. Ronald Zhu. Good afternoon, Ronald.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Ron Zhu, and I've lived in the same condo unit in Willowdale for the past 35 years. I find Willowdale to be just a wonderful place to live. The infrastructure we have today largely meets the needs of the population. But change is coming. Everyone knows we need more housing, higher densities. But with careful planning, I believe it's possible to accommodate more people in our neighborhoods without compromising our quality of life. Now, I come from Shanghai, China. I was there 15 years ago to visit my uncle, who lived in me that my uncle's quality of life could not compare to what I enjoy in Willowdale. The essential difference in our situations is the inadequacy of the infrastructure in his neighborhood. This negatively affected his life in many ways, but I have time for just one example. He used to meet with a few friends for Tai Chi, that arm-waving exercise they do, in a small park. But then their modest neighborhood became a forest of high-rise apartment blocks, and the population ballooned. The little park was overrun. His friends dispersed, no more Tai Chi. Not enough thought was given to the needs of seniors, resulting in his quality of life taking a big hit. I hope our seniors won't suffer the same fate. I express this hope on behalf of many seniors in my building and in my neighborhood. So I urge our leaders and planners to interlace development of housing with development of infrastructure, roads, parks, schools, transportation, shopping, walkability, and so on. Above all, and this is my main plea to you, please recognize that many of the decisions you will be making are irreversible. Your decisions will have long-lasting consequences for many generations to come. Now, I believe in the importance of community, in shared quality of life, in happiness for neighbors of all ages from all walks of life. I fervently believe we live in the best country in the world. I beseech you to tread carefully as you lead us into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Ron, thanks so much. We're going to go back and try Yenny Muslim again. Yenny, can you hear me? Yenny, from what we can see here, you're on and unmuted. Can you speak up? Okay. We'll keep trying to make that work, and now we'll go to Susan Lee. Hi, Susan. I understand you're online. Can you hear me? Susan, you're unmuted. You should be able to speak. No? Oh, hi, Susan. I can see you. You've got your microphone connected and everything? Can't hear you, Susan. Okay, Susan, we're going to have our staff email you some suggestions about how to make this work. And in the meantime, we'll move along to Doug Wilson. Hi, Doug. Welcome.
Thank you. I don't know, does this automatically happen or? There. Okay. Thank you for the committee to seeing us, and thank you for the planning staff who have heard an awful lot from our community. I've been a resident for more than 43 years. And generally, I'm pleased in their attempt to have a mix of high-rise and stable neighborhoods and coexist with very aggressive provincial growth targets for an area that's been growing probably more than any other in Toronto or the province. This is a submission that I made, and it shows a little bit of a map, and I have two areas of major concern, some other concerns. But the first is the yellow, which has been talked about, which is Willowdale north of Empress. And this really creates a wall between two stable neighborhoods, which is really a stable neighborhood. If you see, they're planning a park here, which would be used by both sides, and it just seems to create a wall. If you look at, this is outside of the areas, the rings, it's more than 700 meters away. It's not walkable. Willowdale itself has a bus that runs every 27.5 minutes, if you're lucky. So it's not really suitable for that mixed use or the wall of seven-story units. If we take a look, that's the current, above is the current view with trees, with bike lanes, with no parking. And below is the rendering from the study that just shows two walls going between two stable neighborhoods. I don't think that's a good idea, and I would support an amendment to adjust that. The other area, which is this blue area very close to the Finch subway station and within the PMTSA, was voided, and I consider it an orphan of single-family dwellings, low rise. And if we need more facility, more residents or even commercial, that this area here is between high rises here and a TTC parking lot and the high voltage power lines. It's just an orphan, and I suspect that developers will take it to the land tribunal and create high rises. So my recommendation is mid rises. So those are my two major recommendations, hopefully that we can amend this plan. I have other concerns, but I'm hoping those will be looked after in phase 3, in particular that we're growing by 100,000. Young and Steeles just north is another 50,000, and then in Vaughan and Markham is another 50,000. So the subway, which is already full.
I'm afraid you're at time.
Okay, those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No, Doug, thanks so much.
Good afternoon, members of the committee and staff. Thank you, everybody, for doing this. Staff should be recognized for all the meetings they've had and time they've had. I'm hoping to use this as well. I'm a father of 3 basically now teenagers. I've lived in Willowdale since the mid-'80s. Frank Reese, who you heard from earlier, was my baseball coach at one point in time. I'm a real estate broker. My family invests in real estate. We rent out houses and we develop. I'm the president of the West Willowdale Neighborhood Association. I'm the vice chair of the Young North York BIA, formerly the Willowdale BIA, who you heard from Mark and Laura. And I love, live, work, and play in Willowdale, and I love the changes that Willowdale has happened over the years. I've been involved in the process, a member of the local advisory committee, and appreciate staff listening to us and making some changes, especially protecting Beecroft and Doris. I think that's a huge change that should be appreciated. So I support the BIA's letter, and in particular, I'm just on this map highlighting the areas where and I'm speaking for myself, which I think the BIA is supporting as well, removing the retail from these sections of Willowdale and this section of Empress, and then leaving the other aspects on this map, which is 4.5, as is. What else do I have? On the plan where my house is actually is planned to be a park, and I have a detailed letter that's in the file that sort of has a bunch of attachments that explains when I built this house and planned for this house, I asked the city twice, multiple times, but got 2 confirmations that this wouldn't be park. And I'd much prefer to have it not park and my neighbors not be park, so to keep the confirmation that I have. Then I'm just going to build on Jeff Matthews from Capital's point of blended sort of density. There's some letters in the file from my planner Goldberg group on the record, which talk about some sites that my family own, where there are examples of sort of some of that more blend from these, the points, right? I also support removing Willowdale, what Doug just talked about, adding up on Beecroft, and wow, 3 minutes goes by quick. So I think that's all I have, but I managed through it. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Jeff, thanks so much. Next, VJ Thomas. VJ Thomas. We'll go to the next deputant. Sherilyn Vitez, or Vitez. Sherilyn, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi. Welcome.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate this opportunity to speak against. My name is Sherilyn Viteze, and I live at 110 Parkview Avenue, and I've lived here for 42 years. When I moved here, there were speculators in our neighborhoods hoping that the secondary plan would extend to Willowdale, which is much like today. The neighborhood was derelict, but there were those of us who wanted to take a stand to protect what we had so we could continue living here and still have the redevelopment on Yonge Street. So there were 8 ratepayer groups, or YSERA, that worked with the developers and Mayor Lastman to create the secondary plan that we have today. I was the co-chair, and my files are at the reference library, the Toronto Reference Library. But as a result of the stability, we built our house using Councillor Perk's Greenpeace guidebook. And I can tell you that our house is energy conserving and also sustainable. So thank you. And on the whole, it was a good plan until the provincial government opened it up to developers that are building taller and taller buildings and pushing the boundaries. But they don't live here. So I can walk to Yonge Street along Parkview, and that used to be pleasant, but that's not the case anymore. But yesterday, I went there, so I can tell you what it's like now. It wasn't windy yesterday, but the wind from the newer high-rises are much taller and starting to pick up at Kenneth Avenue, which is on the 2nd block. I live on the 3rd block. And it gets even more unpleasant after crossing Doris and downright painful when I turn onto Yonge Street from Parkview. The wind is so sharp on my face that it hurts. And when there's a strong wind, it is downright dangerous. I get pushed back, and I'm not a child. It is especially dangerous when the sidewalk is icy, and that's often the case. I now have to walk along the same route as the Earl Hayes students just to avoid the wind, because walking on Yonge Street is becoming a climate war zone, especially south of going southward towards Shepherd. The wind is also bad on the east side, on the west side, especially where that TD ATM is, and it's right next to very close to the childcare center. So fewer people are walking on Yonge Street, and that means fewer customers. So we need to change the plan. We need to actually take a toll of what we have now in the plan and stop the redevelopment until for 15 years until we can have a catch up on the soft and hard infrastructures, because right now we have, it's a case of bad indigestion.
Sherilyn, you're at time.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
got to say what I wanted to say.
Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for sharing that with us today.
Thank you.
Sepida Shahi. Hi, Sepida. I understand you're online. Hi, Sepida, we've unmuted you at our end, but you have to unmute yourself at your end. So if you look on your screen, you might see a little microphone icon. Can you click on that?
Your confirmation has a phone number?
Sepida, if this isn't working for you, you could also call in. So I'm going to move to the next deputant and see what you can do to make that work, okay? Next, I have Susan Fletcher. Hi, Susan, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can. Whoa.
Can you see me?
That's not the important part. Is it possible you have both your computer and your phone on at the same time? Because I thought there was a little feedback squeal there for a moment.
No, just the computer.
Oh, okay. Now you're much crisper. So you've got 3 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. For 30 years before retiring in 2018, I was the executive director of Apple Grove Community Complex, one of the city's current AOCs. Based on that experience, I want to share some thoughts about community infrastructure, schools, and AOCs. 2 AOCs are located in schools. Apple Grove is in leased space in an operating school, unlike the Waterfront Neighborhood Center, which is on city-owned land, co-located with the TDSB Waterfront School. As part of my work with Apple Grove, I was a member of the TDSB's Community Use of Schools Community Advisory Committee, continuing until the committee was paused in 2025 by the supervisor. These experiences provided me with a deep appreciation of the role of school spaces in bringing residents together, both indoors and outdoors, for sports, arts, recreation, and activities like Scouts and Girl Guides. Meanwhile, AOCs provide critical social infrastructure that is essential in the development of complete communities through public space, programs, and services to meet the social and recreational needs of local communities. Bringing these systems together, co-locating a new AOC with a school would maximize the use of a publicly funded building and its outdoor space. Apple Grove's lease and need to permit school rooms for programs demonstrated the, shall we say, challenges of working with the TDSB. But I think the benefits are worth these challenges. The value of school buildings goes far beyond education. They are community assets with space outside of school hours for meetings, physical activity, performances, artistic endeavors, and civic engagement. Their outdoor spaces can be used for organized sports, pickup, and playground games, as well as community gardens. Sharing these indoor and outdoor resources via this local expertise of an AOC board makes sense. So I recommend that while you are looking at developing a new AOC, seriously consider co-locating it with a school with the city in charge of the space rather than the TDSB. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Susan? No? Susan, thanks so much for sharing that with us today.
Thank you.
Next, I have Rachel Chen. Hi, Rachel.
Got it. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, I moved to Willowdale in 2023, and that doesn't make what I have to say any less important than people who've lived here for a long time. I'm speaking in favor of expanding the geographic scope of the North York Secondary Plan, greater flexibility for mixed-use zoning, and better pedestrian, biking, and transit options that focus on people, not cars. Critical, given that my future kids might not have a planet to live on, so it'd be really great to have better non-car options. We desperately need more mid-rise housing in the area, west of Beecroft and past Beecroft and Doris. They're both well within walking distance of major public transit, and usually pushback about density is about traffic. This makes me really, really angry because studies have shown that health risks go up the longer you live along major roads. If we restrict density along Empress and Willowdale because they're, quote, stable neighborhoods and force all new density to the young, what we're really saying as a city is that we only care about the health of people who can afford single-family homes. Anyone who has to live in a high-rise, you're out of luck. There's always speculation about traffic concerns in the area's ability to support growth. I counter this with a question. If we don't accept this North York Secondary Plan report and move forward with this recommended plan, how is that any better? I'd like to find a stable job, settle down, buy a home, have children, and age in place in an environmentally sustainable city. But if we don't increase density and increase business opportunities, the future I see is one where I'm forced to commute for hours to a job outside of the city because of our obsession with neighborhood character, which prevents mixed-use zoning, where I can never afford the place because the city only values the opinion of current homeowners, and I can't have kids because the only homes allowed to be built are shoebox condos along Yonge, and where even if I did have kids, it's messed up because everything's so car-centric in the middle of a climate crisis. Toronto should be a world-class city. Let's not pretend an explosion of population will happen overnight and we will suddenly not be able to do anything in the city. Also, North York's not isolated. You can go downtown, you can go elsewhere. As a young person, I do these things. My friends don't own cars. They're really expensive. And also, again, the world's on fire. So with all this bureaucracy, the fact that this is only on phase 2 and we haven't even gone to phase 3 yet, growth will definitely not happen overnight. It's going to take time. So right now, if we make all these amendments and restrict density and restrict mid-rise housing, we're on track to create a really mediocre suburb for the wealthy. No one moves to Toronto to live in a mediocre suburb. I grew up in a suburb. You don't get transit in a suburb. You have to wait 40 minutes for a bus to come. This is not a suburb. So all to say, please endorse the North York at the Center Final Options and Directions report and let us get moving towards a better future. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Rachel, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Steve Kang.
It's Jesse.
We've had a couple of cancellations. Steve?
Can you hear me?
Ah, there you are. Welcome. You can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, I need to share the content here. Can you see the screen?
It's just come up now. Go ahead.
Okay, that's great. My name is Steve, and I'm a resident in Newtonburg neighborhood and have lived in Willowdale for almost 20 years. I'm here today as I've been endorsed by Councillor Chang in the recent public consultation meeting. Thank you so much. I want to begin by thanking for the effort of all the city staff in creating this report. I am so grateful to see the municipality taking a leadership in developing the master plan of the neighborhood. I believe that the report is well outlined, contains comprehensive resource and information. As shared in the screen, it talks about the design principle for the people and prompt a gradual and good transition of the building height and mass. In this context, I do find a concern related to the proposed building height map in my neighborhood. The Hendon Avenue is a narrow two-lane vehicular street according to the proposed plan. The south side is proposed for 25-story mixed-use zone. Directly across is only 4 stories. This is a 21-story discrepancy in physical terms. That is over a 60-meter vertical drop. To put that into perspective for the committee, that is equivalent to the wingspan of a Boeing 777. This is an adverse massing impact that creates a permanent cliff effect on a narrow right of the way. Simply put, I believe that there is a vacancy of the 6 to 11-story zone, which result in such adverse impact. In conjunction with Jeff's request earlier for more blended transition, I am kindly asking the committee to direct the planning department to review and consider of a more gradual transition of a building mass and the height around this neighborhood. I believe that would fulfill the promise of the gradual transition that this 2026 report claims to champion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, Stephen, thank you so much for your contribution today.
Thank you.
Next, I have Stephen Boyle. Stephen Boyle. Hi, Stephen. Welcome.
Thank you, everybody, for your time. I appreciate that. City building is not for the faint of heart, so I appreciate all the time reading background documents and listening to us as well. My name is Stephen Boyle, president of the Willowdale Central Ratepayers Association. WCRA, as we're known, was formed in '91. Sherilyn, who you heard earlier, was part of that association and instrumental in the first phase of the North York Secondary Plan, and we've taken up the mantle now and have been involved with the new secondary plan. Willowdale's population has doubled in the last 20 years. You all know this. The updated plan before you envisions a near threefold leap to approximately 170,000 residents over the next 25 to 30 years. To its credit, the city's newly released community services and facilities strategy doesn't pretend this growth is consequence-free. It identifies the need for up to 8 new elementary schools, 3 secondary schools, 34 new childcare centers, 13,000 square meters of net new community agency space, among a host of other investments required to keep up the pace with future growth in this area. And there is no clear, dedicated funding formula for this growth. The ambition behind Canada's densification agenda is right. Sprawl has a cost. Proximity to transit and employment is good for people and the planet. More homes built in the right place can generally improve lives. But a building permit is not a community. A floor plan is not a school. A density bonus is not a park. The North York Secondary Plan is in a way a promising document because at least it names what's needed. But the gap between the capital investment required for these recommendations and the City of Toronto's fiscal realities point to a clear outcome if we go about building this city in a business as usual manner. This community and Toronto in general will see a deterioration in our collective standard of living. I'm here to ask that we acknowledge the current realities and that you, our elected officials, work on our behalf with your provincial and federal counterparts and corporate Canada to come up with creative solutions to this issue. I agree with Mayor Chow when she says we need a new deal. Our city and its priority growth centers need dedicated funding to ensure we live up to our potential. And in recognition of this area of the country, which will do much of the heavy densification lifting. Thank you all.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Stephen? No? Thank you so much for your deputation. William DeBacher. Hi, William.
Is the mic on now?
There you go.
Oh, great. Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Planning and Housing Committee, in particular its chair, Gord Perks, for allowing us to be a part of the planning process for this meeting. I'd also like to thank our Ward 8 Councillor, Councillor Cheng, who's arranged the additional 3 community meetings to allow our community to become far better informed of the proposed changes in the North York City Secondary Plan. My name, as you know, is Will DeBacker. I've lived in the area for 40 years. I'm the past president of the Edithville Young Community Association and has been its president for over 25 years. The association comprises some 750 households located southwest of Beecroft and Finch. If you look at the map, you can see the rectangle I've drawn, and that goes up Beecroft, Finch, Senlac. This is the area in which I am speaking to today. The other areas which we are in support of as our association is we're completely in support of, as a group, the comments made by Doug Wilson with regard to Empress and Willowdale Avenue and shifting the density north to the area near just south of the parking lot, which is just north of Finch. We support Councillor Cheng's motion that she has brought forward. And of course, the concerns of Stephen Boyle are all part of what we've discussed as our group get-togethers over the last year in order to address the expansion of the North York City Secondary Plan. I'll limit my comments beyond those to two areas within the Edithville Young Community Association boundary. The point that I want to make really addresses the mobility plan first. In this stable, viable residential neighborhood, our primary concern is pedestrian and cyclist safety. And our concerns have in fact already been addressed. And we thank you for that. They're addressed in the final options and directions report of November 2025, and we thank the planning department for this. Why we are addressing this again is to ensure that the significance of these changes are not lost in the future refinements of the North York Centre Secondary Plan. The specific one in here is that the service road, i.e. the ring road, had originally many proposed connections east-west into the stable residential neighborhood. And that would allow commuter traffic, not only on Beecroft, but on Doris, to significantly destabilize and cause concerns for pedestrian and cyclist safety. Those in this plan at the November 2025 version have been taken out, so there are no connections. And this is very much appreciated. Reverting it back has made such a difference, and we're very thankful of it.
Will, I'm afraid you're at time. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, Councillor Cheng has a question for you.
Well, I know you've put a lot of effort into reading all the materials. Is there anything additional you would like to add?
Just like I said, thank you, Councillor Cheng. Just like I was appreciative of the last item, 30 seconds will do it. It's really, the third point is that in the area on my map here, is the area where the buffering is between Beecroft and the stable residential area. And again, in the November 2025 version of it, any relationship to mixed use has been taken out, and now it's EHON, you know, the typical 4 stories with 6-story buffer along Beecroft. This is great news for us, and we really appreciate it. So your last note today among the deputations is another good news story. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do have one more deputant listed, Helen Sumalova. Helen, I understand you're online.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me well. I'm in a hospital setting, so I'm hoping it's fine. I would like to just read 2 of my comments that I shared, and there are 2 different topics. One is I'm talking as Helen Shmilova, I'm a resident of Avondale area, and I would like to raise my concerns about that area, as we have a significant number of condo buildings and many families with children, and yet there is no community center serving this neighborhood. Instead, we continue to see new residential developments being proposed. Unfortunately, how is this sustainable without the necessary community infrastructure in place? We urgently need to prioritize planning a community center that both children and adults can easily walk to and from Shepherd and Young area. Accessible community space should be a priority for a growing neighborhood like ours, not just additional condo towers. We strongly believe this needs to be addressed as part of responsible community planning, and I hope it will be. And my other point, I'm a founder and president of Ukrainians in North York community. And in Willowdale, we experience a significant lack of accessible community space for cultural groups to gather, dance, sing, and host free community events. Our Ukrainians in North York community, including over 1,000 members, many of them newcomers who came after the war in 2022, and we are currently facing challenging finding space for Ukrainian dance practices, free community gatherings where people can meet and connect. And it's been an issue for the last 4 years since I've been doing that. We would like to request that existing community centers allocate designated cultural time within their facilities and give reasonable priority to cultural groups. Supporting these activities is essential to strengthening and developing our multicultural mosaic. For example, the new Ethanona Westina Community Recreation Center Brazarian Subway has 2 beautiful studio rooms with murals and bars, which we were very excited about. However, this room are fully booked by city-run programs, and there is currently no opportunity for community groups to use them, even once per week. We respectfully ask that this be reviewed, with each community center should provide accessible opportunities for cultural groups to use space and bring dancers and community members together, rather than limiting access only to registered e-fund programs. We believe community centers should truly serve the communities around them. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Helen. Are there any questions? No, I don't see any. Okay, gang, what I'm going to do is we did have 3 deputants who were having trouble connecting, and I'm just going to go back and give them each one more shot. I'm going to start with Yenny Muslim. Yenny, you're online. We've given you vocal privileges. Can you make sure you're unmuted and try?
Can you hear me?
Oh, hooray, we've done it.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you so much.
Yenny, you can only have one device turned on at a time, okay?
Yeah, I will.
So maybe I think you've got your phone and your computer on. Maybe if you turn your computer's sound off and just use your phone. Did that not work? Did I make it worse?
I think. There, can you hear me now?
Perfect. Okay, Yenny, you've got 3
Great.
minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm Yenny Muzalam. I'm a resident of North York. I purchased my condo here in 1994 and raised 2 children in this neighborhood. When we chose to invest in North York, we considered schools, parks, transit, healthcare, and community services. It has been a wonderful place to raise my family. But over the past 3 decades, I have witnessed significant growth, and I have also seen the strain that growth has placed on our infrastructure. Traffic congestion along Yonge Street and surrounding east and west corridors is already a daily reality. Adding thousands more residents without meaningful transportation upgrades will further burden those local roads, overwhelm the transit, and reduce pedestrian safety. During winter storms, roads effectively become single lanes due to snow accumulation, slowing traffic even further and reducing emergency response times. This is not a minor inconvenience, it is a public safety concern. Our schools are operating at or near capacity, class sizes are growing, and space is limited. Recreation centers are heavily used with programs that fill quickly and long wait lists for children activities. Green space per resident continues to shrink as density increases. Healthcare access is another serious issue. Facilities such as North York General Hospital is already operating at high capacity. Emergency wait times and difficult accessing family doctors are well-known challenges. If we bring more families into the area, particularly into condominiums large enough to accommodate them, where will the children go to school? Where will they access recreational programs? Where will they receive medical care? What is the benefit of creating more housing suitable for families if the surrounding infrastructure does not support family life? I am not against growth, and I'm not against progress, but growth must be responsible. It must be phased, coordinated, and matched with proportional investment in schools, healthcare, recreation facilities, transit improvements, and emergency services. Development should not outpace the infrastructure required to support it. If we fail to align growth with capacity, we risk diminishing the quality of life of not only the current residents, but also to the very families we're trying to attract. Thoughtful planning is not an anti-development, it's just a smart development. Thank you for listening and taking my deputation.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thanks so much for joining us today. Next, we're going to try Susan Lee. Susan, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello?
Hi, welcome.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Hi, sorry. Yay. Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Susan Lee. I'm a Willowdale resident and have lived in the area since 1991. I'm here today as a resident, though my perspective is informed by my work as Ward 12 representative, Ward 12 rep on the PIAC Advisory Committee, co-chair for Earl Haig Secondary School Council, and I'm also the executive director of the Toronto Asian Parents Association. And through these roles, I have seen firsthand the infrastructure pressures facing our school community. I want to be clear, this is not in opposition to growth. Toronto is growing and transit-served areas should absorb density. The issue is not whether Willowdale should grow, it's whether our infrastructure is prepared for the scale and speed that is being proposed to be developed. The plan contemplates approximately 100,000 new residents, and this is a structural problem shift. Yet the infrastructure supporting Willowdale today is already strained. First, our education infrastructure. Our schools right now under the TDSB and the TCDSB are full or near capacity. Families are already dealing with portables, boundary changes, enrollment caps, and students being redirected outside their catchment areas. I'm also sad that certain schools don't have grassy playgrounds for our children to play on, and rather they are now playing on cement playgrounds. Approving tens of thousands of new units without secured school sites confirmed capital funding and construction timelines aligned with occupancy effectively plans for overcrowding. And once land is fully built out, schools cannot simply be inserted later. Education infrastructure must be embedded into the growth plan. Second, transportation capacity. Willowdale is described as a transit-oriented because of subway access, but proximity doesn't equal capacity. Platforms are congested at peak hours, trains and feeder buses are crowded, and arterial roads face regular gridlock. Emergency vehicles access is also challenged. Without verified transit expansion, traffic mitigation, and safe pedestrian infrastructure, adding this level of density will intensify congestion, not stabilize it. And then third, as many of the previous speakers have mentioned, is our community infrastructure. High density neighborhoods require proportional investment in community centers, recreation space, parkland, childcare, libraries, and social services. These facilities in Willowdale are already heavily used with waitlist and limited per capita parkland. Density without livability supports and erodes quality of life for both current and future residents. I believe the core issue is sequencing. Responsible planning requires that.
I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Sorry.
I'm afraid you're at time
That's
now.
okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions for the deputy? No? Okay. Thank you so much for your deputation, Susan. We're going to try Sepida Shahi one more time. Sepida, can you hear me?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Oh my goodness, we're having great luck now. Go ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee, and thanks for this second opportunity. My name is Sepide Shahi, and I am the co-founder of Seed Foundation, a registered charity that delivers arts, cultural, and community programming across North York. I'm speaking today about the North York Center Secondary Plan, specifically the urgent need to prioritize community space where residents can gather, create, connect, and build a sense of belonging. North York Center is projected to grow from approximately 64,000 residents today to about 170,000 residents over the next 25 to 30 years, nearly tripling in population. But growth is not just about buildings and density. It's about people, and people need places to come together, as many other deputies mentioned. Right now, there is already a shortage of accessible, affordable community spaces, especially for artists, cultural organizations, youth programs, newcomers, and grassroots groups. Organizations are competing for limited rooms, renting temporary venues, or operating in spaces that were never designed for community use. This is not sustainable, and this will get worse as the population grows. A center for this scale, which is one of Toronto's largest urban nodes outside of the downtown area, must include civic and cultural infrastructure, such as community hubs, arts and culture spaces, flexible gathering spaces, rehearsal and studio areas, and places where residents can build social connections. These spaces are not a luxury. They are the foundation of healthy communities. They support youth development, mental health, cultural expression, newcomer integration, entrepreneurship, and social cohesion. They help prevent isolation in high-density environments such as North York. They create vibrancy and identity in neighborhoods that might otherwise feel anonymous. Without intentional planning, we risk building vertical neighborhoods with no shared living rooms. The secondary plan is a unique opportunity to get this right. And I would like to emphasize 3 key priorities. First, community and cultural spaces must be secured early. If land is not protected now, it will become financially out of reach later. We have seen this happen across the city before. Second, community space must be integrated into development approvals. Partnership with developers, co-located community hubs, and secure spaces within mixed-use buildings should be standard practice, not exceptions. And third, these spaces must be flexible and inclusive. They should support artists, community organizations, seniors, youth, newcomers, and residents of all backgrounds to reflect the diversity that defines North York. North York Center has the potential to become not just dense, but vibrant if we invest in spaces where community life actually happens. I urge the committee to ensure the secondary plan includes strong policies, clear implementation tools, and secure pathways to deliver community and cultural spaces alongside growth. Thank you so much for your time. Yeah, I'm done. Thanks.
Okay. Are there any questions? No? Sepide, thanks so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. All right, that concludes the deputations. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Chang.
I'm going to just ask a couple of brief questions because I know we have some quorum risks, so I'm just going to try to be as quick as possible. First of all, I would like to understand what changes have been made from the emerging preferred option to this recommended option based on the many consultations, community meetings, and feedback received by staff.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor. I'm going to focus on 4 main things. First thing is you heard questions today about the street connections into Doris Avenue and Beecroft. At a staff level, we have now taken that off the table. Second thing is there were linear parkways that were identified, and we have moved away from that, and we are doing expanded gateway parks. Third thing is there were various height changes that we have made around the transit nodes. Some of the height changes went from 65 stories to 60 stories and 55 stories to 50. I would also say one of the other key things that we've added is a sub-area map that addresses where the mid-rise heights are. And I think lastly, what I would say is there has been lots of questions about community facilities and funding, and I would say that that is going to be part of our phase 3 of our study.
Thank you. And I guess part of that is childcare spaces. There's currently a gap of 496 childcare spaces, and there are 3 Section 37 dependent childcare centers that are at risk with $0 allocated to Willowdale childcare spaces. How will the needs of the current community be addressed in addition to supporting future growth?
Perhaps Children's Services can start the answer and we can add on to it.
Yep, thanks. Through the chair, as part of Children's Services growth strategy, we continue to work with planning to secure opportunities for expansion. We partner with school boards to identify opportunities to include childcare, and where feasible, we work with existing community operators to identify opportunities to expand existing programs.
I would say also, just to add to that, from a development review side, we would continue where there are children's services facilities that have been identified and planned for. We would continue working with the landowners to deliver on those. And then as we deal with ongoing development applications, of course, there's a conversation that is happening there in terms of delivering for in-kind contributions.
Willowdale has grown by 145% over the last 20 years, yet most of our capital projects have relied on Section 37, with few incorporated into the city's 10-year capital plan in terms of city investment. With the loss of Section 37 and serious reductions for the 4% community benefits, what kind of plan can we expect that can address the gaps with the fiscal constraints that we have? And without that investment, it will lead to a direct loss of quality of life for our residents.
Thanks, Councillor. Maybe I'll start and then Finance can jump in if they need to, but phase 3 of the work envisions us delivering an infrastructure implementation strategy. That strategy will become a playbook for our partner divisions and their annual capital planning exercises. And that infrastructure strategy looks at a 3-year horizon, along with a 5-year near-term window and a 10 to 15-year window. And we'll be doing annual monitoring where we'll provide actual activities back to you and back to the community in terms of the investments that are happening.
So the plan is that there will be a plan.
Yeah, the plan there will be a plan. In addition to that, there's already things ongoing. As you know from your role in the budget committee, the capital plan for this year just went through and it identified various funding availabilities and infrastructure improvements that are needed across the city.
Great, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Are there any members of the committee who have questions? No? Seeing none? Councillor Ting, do you wish to speak to the item?
I would like to.
Go ahead.
I would like to thank staff for the extraordinary work that you have done to bring us to this moment. The North York Secondary Plan is complex, it's technical, it's layered with policies, projections, and competing priorities. And yet, through additional consultations requested by my office, through long nights and patient conversations, you have ensured that my residents had the opportunity to learn, to question, and to be heard. That matters because this plan will shape not just buildings, but lives. I also want to thank the hundreds of Willowdalers who have sat through complex consultations and learned about doctoral level planning policies while sharing passionately about the neighborhood that we love. Your engagement has been invaluable. As a mom raising my kids in Willowdale and as the counselor of the neighborhood, I am privileged to represent this community. I carry both personal and public responsibility in this conversation. Growth is not abstract to me. It is the portables that our children sit in. It is the families waiting anxiously for a daycare spot. It is the emergency response time when we call 911. And it is the traffic that me and my neighbors sit in every day after a long day of work. Adding 100,000 people is not a casual thing. It's not a pen stroke on paper. It is the equivalent of building a mid-size 170,000 person city in our city. If we do this thoughtfully, 100,000 new neighbors can mean vibrancy, it can mean economic energy, it can mean colorful cultural tapestry. But if we fail to plan, if we fail to invest, it will simply mean congestion, overcrowding, and frustration. Right now, as I mentioned, we have a childcare gap of 496 spaces in this community, and there is no city capital allocation to close this gap. Families are struggling today. What will this gap look like when we add tens of thousands more residents? Growth without childcare, without school capacity, healthcare expansion, emergency services, and traffic planning, we cannot move forward without a plan, because this is not a vision without a plan. That is just pressure. Centers like North York have historically been designated for high growth by both the city and the province, but too often these designations have not been matched with corresponding servicing, infrastructure, and capital investment. Density alone does not create success. A plan does, investment does, coordination does. Every center in our city is unique. Each requires its own tailored approach. North York Center cannot just absorb numbers. It needs more to flourish. And that is why this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We have the chance to reimagine Mel Lastman Square as a visionary place-making landmark for the next generation. Designed harmoniously with Transform Young, it can become a civic heart that spurs economic development, attracts cultural programming, supports small businesses, and creates pride of community. We can build something where our children will gather. I'm grateful to have met with our Liberal MP, the Honourable Ali Assassi, and our Conservative MPP, the Honourable Minister Stan Cho, to discuss how we can align investments to make this vision real. This is what people want, for their government representatives to meet across all levels and political stripes, and it is what this moment demands. Because building a better future requires all the pieces of the puzzle: transit, schools, healthcare, childcare, parks, public realm, and emergency services. It requires sequencing, financing, and coordinated implementation. This is not just an aspiration. Today, I ask for your support for motions that will be kindly moved by my colleague, Councillor Matlow, that give shape to this next phase of work, directing staff to develop a thoughtful implementation plan so that growth is matched with infrastructure and vision is matched with investment. North York is not just a growth center, it is home. It is where families build their lives, where seniors age with dignity, and newcomers come to find opportunity. It is where my children are growing up. And if we get this right, 100,000 new neighbors will not mean more traffic jams. It will mean instead more possibility. Let us choose vision over volume, investment over improvisation. Let us build a future worthy of the community that I love. Thank you.
Oh, when you're rehearsing next time, you got to trim that 7 seconds. Okay. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am very honored and grateful to have the opportunity to move the motions on behalf of Councillor Cheng, who worked over the past year along with her remarkable team and in consultation with city staff to ensure that while pragmatically she recognized, Councillor Cheng recognized that growth is coming not only to Willowdale, but to our city. And she could have just said, well, you know, let's play politics and let's beat our chests. But what she did is she focused on the core priorities of the community to benefit the quality of life of those of you who live in Willowdale today and for those who will live there tomorrow. Her motion looks at everything from issues that I know well in my community: school capacity, healthcare, recreation facilities, community centers, emergency services, funding for economic and cultural activities, the improvement and enhancement of Mel Lastman Square, which is really the town square of Willowdale. And even looking at things like smart signal timing, how to manage traffic better, and a whole bunch of different land use matters from provincial prescribed legislation to enhanced density from city policy. Councillor Cheng and her team chose to focus on the quality of life of Willowdale throughout the secondary plan process, and even had more consultation meetings than was ever envisaged in the initial staff report. If I could just ask for just a little quiet on the side. Thank you. I live in and represent an area not dissimilar to Willowdale, Yonge and Eglinton. Yonge and Eglinton, like Willowdale, has an urban core and an urban growth node, but we're not downtown. And the only thing that really separates us is maybe the Miller Tavern. We have a lot in common. And years ago, we did something very similar where we did focus on the quality of life of Midtown. We had a plan called Midtown in Focus. And what we have been able to establish are more community centers, a new aquatic center, childcare, more parks, green space. We've done a lot of catch-up work to ensure that our quality of life would finally start keeping pace with the growth. That's what your new councillor is doing today. That is what she is focusing on, to ensure that no matter how many people live in the community, everyone should have a school within walking proximity. Everyone should be able to have healthcare nearby. Everyone should have parks, green space, great public plazas and squares. Everyone should have a neighborhood that they're proud of. And I see her working with groups like, Neighborhood Link and the condo boards and tenants associations, BIAs. I see her working on the ground with those of you who love and care about your neighborhood too. And I just wanted to say that I hope you can hear the enthusiasm in my voice, because I'm proud of the work that you've done together. And while I keep talking about Councillor Cheng, I know it was a team effort amongst you as a community that she represents here at this table. So I just wanted to reiterate, I'm very proud to move these motions on behalf of Councillor Cheng. I'm really proud of the work that she and her staff have done. And I commend how city staff worked in concert with their team to ensure that there could be a motion here, motions, an omnibus of community-focused priorities that will be a legacy that all of you together can be very proud of. And I'm very proud to support you as a friend and a neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? I guess you persuaded us all. Do any other members of the committee have remarks? No? Okay. Why don't we then take Councillor Matlow's motion and the item as a package? All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Okay, so we're done. I'm not supposed to let you applaud, but I did anyway. That takes us to item PH 28.7, advancing partner. Oh, members, before we go to the next item, if I could just have a little quiet in the room. You recall I introduced a letter from the mayor. Councillor Nunziata has an amendment to that is being pre-circulated. So if you could take a moment to look at that, that would help things go more quickly. I'm not gonna recess, but I'm gonna wait.
What?
Is there a thing called waiting?
Okay.
Who's waiting?
Can we are we going to recess?
I want to get done. We've still got a bunch of deputants. If I could ask everyone who's got a conversation to take it out of the room, please. We still have work to do. I won't name names yet. Okay. Members, I just want to make sure you heard earlier in the meeting we introduced an item from a letter from the mayor on the Committee of Adjustment. I just wanted to make sure you note that Councillor Nunziata has circulated a small amendment to that. So if you can take a moment to look at that, that would be helpful. The next item we have on the agenda is PH 28.7, advancing partnerships with the community housing sector to build more affordable and supportive homes. We have deputants on this, and I'm just going to remind the deputants that earlier in the day we realized we were at bare quorum and couldn't guarantee that we would be able to go late into the evening, so we restricted deputation times on these items to 3 minutes. So with that, I'll call the first deputant, Esther. Esther, I saw you. There you are. Welcome, Esther.
You okay with that?
Just make sure the buttons turn green in front of you. Say hello. No? Tap it again.
Hello.
There you go. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Esther Townshend, and I'm speaking on behalf of the South Parkdale UHN Tenants Association, Spunta, regarding plans for the development of 54 supportive housing units on lands owned by the University Health Network in South Parkdale, the Dunhouse 2 project. We're a tenant collective that has cultivated an intentional community since 1993 while living in houses now owned by UHN. The site for which Dunhouse 2 is planned includes the land on which one of our member households stands. Spunta welcomes the creation of more supportive housing for vulnerable people, and Spunta members played a central role in welcoming new neighbors to Dunhouse. Homelessness in Toronto is a crisis, and every ward of the city needs to be advancing plans for more affordable and supportive housing. Since 2019, we've engaged with UHN and the city around their desire to create more housing on this land, and we've asked to be included as a partner in redevelopment plans. UHN's vision of social medicine aligns with our own practices of hospitality and community care, and we want to continue to live here together and welcome new neighbors to supportive housing. Last fall, Spunta members were invited to take part in a master planning process for these lands. After years of advocacy on our part, it felt like we were being offered a genuine seat at the planning table. Together with city and UHN staff, we co-created a community vision and design principles for these lands, the adoption of which is the next item on this agenda. That envisions supportive housing integrated into a larger development, purpose-designed to foster community connections and to center the voice and agency of residents. The announcement of the Dunhouse 2 project on January 20th took us completely by surprise. For a month, we lived with uncertainty about whether any or all of our houses would be demolished. UHN's press statement and subsequent media coverage celebrated the project's benefits while making no mention of existing tenants nor of any aspect of the community vision. The trust engendered by our inclusion in this process was shaken. We've since been assured by city and UHN staff that tenants who are displaced by this development will be offered replacement housing nearby that meets their needs. This is particularly important as these will include some of the most vulnerable members of our community who rely on support from neighbors. We've also been assured that planning for Dunhouse 2 will be reviewed through the lens of our shared vision and design principles. We expect that the city and UHN will follow through on this commitments.
Esther, I'm afraid you're at time.
One more half sentence, and I hope that we can collaborate to make Parkdale home for new neighbors.
Thank you so much. Are any questions for Esther? No? Thanks again. Next, Hannah. Welcome, Hannah.
Hello. So my name is Hannah Fulcher, and I live at 13 Close Avenue, a few houses down from where Dunhouse 2 is proposed to be built. I am a member of South Parkdale UHN Tenants Association, and I want to express my enthusiastic endorsement of expanded supportive housing on this block under the stipulation that it follows the community and design principles developed collaboratively with Spunta, with the city, and UHN staff. The original Dunhouse has changed the lives of many people, and the expansion of supportive housing for 54 more residents is an impressive and necessary feat. This development will have some impact on my daily life, as the first Dunn House obscured my view of the skyline, and it is likely that Dunn House 2 will overshadow my house. However, housing is a human right, and I am more than happy to adjust to these changes in order that more people will receive the support and housing that they need. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Don't? Thanks for your deputation. Bill, you're up, man. I'm being a little informal. I know these guys. They're great guys.
I'm sorry. I'm not paying attention to the order.
You're not paying attention?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thanks so much. I'm speaking in favor of the motion, especially in regard to Dunn House 2. There's a lot of talk about a housing crisis, but a crisis is something that was not expected or planned for in the current situation that leaves 50% of the population renting in what is generally an unaffordable market, benefits some people and harms others. So it is a crisis, but only for those who need good housing and are struggling to get it. There is a need for more publicly funded housing. The matter before you brings us a step in the right direction. I teach in the community worker program at George Brown College. I also teach a course in social and urban planning at Humber Polytechnic, Technic's community development degree program, and my doctoral research included consideration of the harms done by bad urban planning. But I'm also a tenant and I'm part of Spunta. Since 1993, I have lived in 3 of the UHN houses, including the house slated for demolition later this year, per this report. Over the past 3 decades, the tenants have lived as a community of mutual support, including providing housing to hundreds of people in need of supportive housing, many of whom were dealing with homelessness. We see our efforts as a personalist response, building community-based responses to structural violence. The tenant community unreservedly supports more affordable and supportive housing. The tenant community worked with others, including Dunn House tenants, in the welcoming activities for Dunn House 1, including the organization of a public celebration last June on the grounds of UHN's Bickle Center, where a couple hundred people gathered to welcome the 51 new residents. I also participated in the visioning for the master plan for the UHN South Parkdale lands. I was delighted that we moved beyond the classic and false dichotomy of planning, that planning is about choosing between the current and future residents. A report before you today recognizes the current tenants are a legal obligation for UHN and the city as they develop this project. Through the visioning process, I've become hopeful that we can be seen not as an impediment or obstacle, but rather as a partner that has a long history of trying to build a more just city. For me, this means seeing the design principles as a set. It is important that Dunn House 2 incorporates all the principles. Hopefully, there will be another phase in the future, and that phase also needs to be based on the master plan. I'm hopeful that there has been a reset in the relationship between UHN, the city, and the tenant community. I believe that there is a renewed commitment to work as partners so that there is more affordable and supportive housing, and this can be a model for good planning for including existing tenants and devising a plan for densification that includes affordable and supportive housing.
I'm going to have to thank you there. Are there any questions? No? Thanks so much. Hannah? No? Hannah Fulger? Online?
I went.
Oh, you went?
You're on the wrong item.
I'm on the wrong item. Guys, I've been going at this since 9:30 this morning. You got to give me a little bit of room here. Okay, Ashen Bhatti. Ashen's online?
Hi, good afternoon, members of the Housing Committee, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mohammed Ashen Bhatti, and I'm a member of the Moss Park Coalition, which is a network of social and nonprofit organizations dedicated to supporting the Moss Park neighborhood in downtown East Toronto. I'm here to speak in support of PH 28.7, advancing partnerships with the community housing sector to build more affordable and supportive homes. We see a high need for such supportive housing throughout numerous neighborhoods in Toronto, including Parkdale, Regent Park, Moss Park, and numerous other areas. In 2025, the Moss Park Coalition, we conducted a community needs assessment with the University of Toronto for Moss Park residents, and the number one priority identified was a need for increased affordable and supportive housing. So I'm glad to speak in support of this plan. I think it would be a great positive step in the right direction to meet that strong demand for increased affordable and supportive housing. I believe it's essential for the city to work in conjunction with grassroots nonprofit organizations to deliver these kinds of supports for vulnerable community members. So I'm glad that that aspect is also included in this. And I think I would just echo what previous deputants said about ensuring that those kinds of perspectives are kept in mind when it comes to the secondary plan. I know that these projects are being undertaken in conjunction with nonprofit housing providers, but I also hope there's opportunities for community members to be increasingly involved with the urban planning process, and that other neighborhood needs can be included in these constructions. And above all, I hope that there's space for this initiative to be expanded to other neighborhoods so that projects can be present in all of Toronto's priority neighborhoods that include this kind of affordable and supportive housing, including Moss Park. And I will leave it there because I know it's been a long day. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate the time.
Thank you, Ashin. Any questions? No? Jason. Welcome, Jason.
You guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to share a phrase that was once unfamiliar to me, but has come to mean everything. That phrase is housing is healthcare. You see, before I moved into Dunhouse in 24, the idea that housing is healthcare was so far from where I was in life that hearing it didn't mean anything to me. Not knowing where and when my next meal would come from getting up in the morning, not knowing where I would sleep that night, if I had been lucky enough to sleep the night previous at all. That constant shuffle between trying to survive, managing my addictions, all while carrying around the trauma that goes along with it, suffering from severe mental health and physical ailments. This is what life was like for so long that I couldn't remember a time where I didn't live this way. You see, it wasn't until I moved into Dunhouse and was granted the gift of time to stabilize and really look at myself and how I'd been living before that, I was truly able to understand what having housing means. Dunhouse allowed me to focus on my recovery, to learn about who I really am and not just the summation of the things I had done to survive. More than that, I was surrounded by staff that understood me, and I felt like they all wanted me to not just get better, but become the me underneath it all, and just needed the right pieces to come together for it to shine through. It's a year later now, and that feeling is still there. I started to garden. I found work with the City of Toronto on the Lived Experience Advisory Group. I got involved in advocacy and met regularly with politicians to hopefully create a path where other people could get the same chances that I've been given. I became a welcome part of the community. I'm not alone in seeking to become part of something more. All around my building, I see the community has blossomed among the other tenants. These are the kinds of shifts and the real healing power and why that phrase, housing is healthcare, stands out for me now. I can finally understand that because I see it and feel it every day. These investments, however, are long overdue, and the sad reality is the lineups for those in need are far too long. That's why investments made in cooperation with all levels of government and coupled with partner institutions like UHN's social medicine program are so groundbreaking. When all levels of government come together to share in the investment, we can afford to invest more together to reach more of those waiting in desperate need. Dunhouse as a model needs to be replicated across the city. The integrated health, support services, and complete circle of care that have been built into it have transformative and lasting effects. This is what true supportive housing looks like. I'm here today urging everyone to make sure that the necessary funds, approvals, and commitments move forward on Dunhouse 2. But as we do that, now that UHN's social medicine program has shown us the way forward, it is my hope that we recognize the power of bringing partnerships like this together, and we look across the city and try to identify other strong partners that we can leverage along with the 3 levels of government, and let's build as much housing together as we possibly can.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Jason, thanks so much. And finally, Claire. I think Claire's online, eh? Hi, Claire, welcome.
Hi, thank you. So my name is Claire Huang Kinsley, and I'm also a member of SPUNTA, the South Parkdale UHN Tenants Association. Like my fellow SPUNTA members, I warmly support the building of Dunn House 2 if it's designed in accord with the community vision and design principles that we co-created with City and UHN staff, which we very much hope it will be, and if my neighbors being displaced by this development are provided with housing that meets their specific needs. So in that spirit, I'm here to strongly encourage anyone involved in the design and planning of Dunn House 2 or in the rehousing of my neighbors to make it a priority to listen. Listen to the people most directly affected by your decisions. Of course, we want you to listen to SPUNTA, but also to our neighbors, and in particular, to ask the people who live at Dunn House what's great about this building and the supports that come with it, as Jason has already spoken to. Also, what would you change about it if you could? Do you have any suggestions for this new building that we're designing? And also ask my neighbors being displaced what's important to you in a new home and what do you need? Be willing to hear not only what's working well, but also what's not working well. And that may sound obvious, but I say this because in my experience, unless people work really hard to avoid this, large institutions tend to default to a perspective of everything's just fine. We are doing fine. People we serve are happy. Large institutions tend to be more invested in protecting their reputations than in listening. As one small example of this, I and my fellow SPUNTA members had the experience last week of arriving at a meeting with City and UHN staff and being given a handout that said, with regard to the tenants being displaced by the Dunn House 2 development, quote, UHN has met directly with them. All three people are being fully supported through relocation, unquote. When, in fact, these tenants had not even been told prior to this meeting that their home was slated for demolition. That meeting was where they found out. So I say this not in any way to blame whichever hardworking and well-intentioned people were involved in putting this document together, right? We all make mistakes. I have certainly made more mistakes than my share in life. But I bring it up simply to note how easy it is to default to everything's fine, when in fact taking the time to listen and acknowledge when things are not fine or not fine yet is one of the most important steps you can take toward making them better.
Thanks so much, Claire. You're at time. Are there any questions for Claire? No? Thank you very much. That completes the list of deputants on this item. Are there any questions of staff? No? Okay. I'll speak to the item briefly. I hope everyone noticed what just happened there. We have heard deputations on supportive housing projects before at this committee, and they've had an entirely different character. A character of mistrust, a character of defensiveness, a character of, frankly, in some cases, stigmatizing new neighbors before they even arrive. And I just want to take a moment and acknowledge what a rare and precious gift the deputants gave us today in the way they talked about this important work. It's a very special thing. But the other thing we heard is that mistakes were made on the path there. And I was very disappointed that no one from, no official representative of the University Health Network came here today. They, having watched the relationship between the University Health Network and their tenants and the labor, I'm sorry, did you want to make a deputation?
I'm just here supporting Jason.
Yes, I understand that. I was making a different point, that we didn't get an official deputation from a representative of the UHN, which is disturbing to me. I've watched this relationship over 6 years now with a previous application and with this one, and I think public institutions need to do better. I think the very generous offer that the tenants on UHN land have made over and over again to be co-creators, and the huge generosity in overlooking the fact that the UHN has ignored that offer and still coming forward to support the project is a very special gift. And I would encourage the University Health Network to take that seriously. In Claire's deputation, she invited the UHN to partner with the tenants in the development of phase 2. And I think that's important. And I hope that that message gets back to people with decision-making authority at the University Health Network, and that they take their responsibilities as landlords and as a public institution more seriously than they have to date. So with that, I'm going to move the recommendations. All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. That takes us to the next item. And I wish we'd done these in reverse order, but here we are. PH 22.8, a shared vision to create more affordable and supportive homes and to sustain community networks in South Parkdale. Esther, you're up first again.
Hello. I'm speaking once again on behalf of the South Parkdale UHN Tenants Association, SPUNTA. As I mentioned in my comments on the Dunhouse 2 project, this shared vision is the outcome of a community visioning process in which City and UHN staff participated together with SPUNTA members in a series of 5 workshops last fall. We're very glad to see this shared vision and design principles presented to City Council. SPUNTA represents about 30 tenants, some of whom have lived in these houses for over 30 years. From the time that UHN began to discuss redevelopment plans in 2019, we've sought to collaborate on envisioning how to build more housing on these lands while preserving our existing community. We've asked that planning include the needs and perspectives of the people already living here, many of whom are themselves vulnerable due to age, disability, or low income. We've advocated for a redevelopment vision that incorporates the existing tenant community and builds on our experience practicing community development and mutual aid. In 2022, our Councillor Gord Perks proposed a requirement for rental replacement to be included in City of Toronto Bylaw 969/2022 concerning the anticipated redevelopment of these lands. The bylaw was passed, and we're deeply grateful to have this guarantee of housing security for UHN's existing tenants. Displacement would threaten the health and well-being of our most vulnerable members who rely on the SPUNTA community for practical and social support. Our primary goal is to stay together as a community throughout the redevelopment process, and we ask all City and UHN staff involved in planning to prioritize this. Everyone deserves dignified housing that's not just a box for living in, but that makes them feel like a valued part of a community. South Parkdale UHN tenants want to be part of making this happen for new neighbors while continuing to live together and support each other. This is why we envision a mixed income development, including supportive and affordable housing, purpose designed to foster community connections, to accommodate people in all stages of life, and to center the voice and agency of residents. We ask this committee to adopt the shared vision and design principles as a framework for redevelopment on UHN-owned lands in Parkdale, And we further ask all city and UHN staff involved in planning to commit to designing new housing on these lands in accordance with this vision and planning for the timely replacement of rental units on this land.
Thanks, Esther. Are there any questions? No? Thank you very much. Sarah Shepherd. Hey, Sarah. How are you today?
I am well. How are you?
I've had a long day.
Yeah.
I'll be fair. I'll be fair.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, councillors, staff. My name is Sarah Shepherd, and I live in the upper apartment at 13 Close Avenue. It's my 6th address in the Spunta community. And I moved to Zacchaeus House. I'm giving some historical context. In 1996, I was full of enthusiasm to be a Catholic worker committed to living in a home that was housing a wide range of people, refugees, people who had been denied refugee status, disabled people, single parents, people released from prison, people who had been evicted, and more. There is a strong emphasis in keeping with the Catholic worker tradition that goes back to the 1930s and extends to 200 communities in minimizing hierarchy that's found in larger institutions. We share decision-making and support as much as possible. One person who lived there says, our family lived in Toronto in the winter of 2004. We didn't know anyone. After finding out about Zacchaeus House, we showed up unannounced. Nobody asked us to fill out forms or provide proof of income. We were welcomed with open arms. Over the years, we ate many meals and shared lots of holidays with the community. And spaces opened up along the street, people who didn't want to live in Zacchaeus House but wanted to offer support and be part of activities like a bakery, a newspaper, a sawmill, gardening, worship. Guests who had found enough stability to live on their own with a bit of support nearby moved into those houses, and we created the community that we have there now. Our community over 30 years has not only been our own little street, but part of the wider Parkdale community with involvement in activities like anti-poverty, refugee support, housing justice, gardening, childcare, and then global and national advocacy for justice and peace. I came as an able-bodied person. I'm now very disabled. It's really important to me to have the support I get from my neighbors. I'm very, very happy that we are going to have the option of returning with that kind of support that's been named. The idea of not being able to return was very frightening. And I also want to say that that kind of support goes both ways. People who have been financially secure and able-bodied have received support in times of grief, when their children have needed care from a wide range of people, when they've had special needs, when they've had illnesses and needed a cup of soup brought around. And I fully endorse the visioning process that's before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Thanks so much, sir. Bill, your turn again.
Thanks so much. As a Spunta member, I am speaking in support of this motion. There is a housing crisis, at least for those who need decent housing and don't have it or at risk of losing it. The response needs to be more non-commodified housing, including publicly funded housing. I participated in the development of the shared vision of housing as a human right that's being discussed today. It was a curious process, bringing together people from the community, together with people from big institutions, including a large hospital and the City of Toronto. And I want to give a shout out for the staff from UHN and the city, to Gord Perks and Olga Semenovich, who have engaged in this experimental process with us in good faith. This process can be a precedent for democratic process throughout the city, with the goal of creating mixed-income communities oriented towards mutual aid and inclusive of social medicine projects like Dunn House and other affordable and supportive housing. As such, as part of the implementation of this motion, I also encourage you to mandate an evaluation of Dunn House 1 and that the evaluation informs the design of the new phase proposed today. We developed the design principles such that they should work together as an interconnected framework. The first principle is growing from the past and planning for the future. Good planning builds on the people and spaces that already exist. The other principles provide a roadmap for good planning of UHN's South Parkdale lands, creating new affordable and supportive housing while incorporating existing residents. The vision is also for a built form that supports community development, connection, inclusion, and agency of current and future tenants in all aspects of their lives, especially as related to housing. As I said before, good process is good planning at every scale, and I'm hopeful that this is happening in this case. The flip side is also true. Bad process is bad planning, and bad planning leads to harm, sometimes lethal harm. This was a finding of my own research on violence experienced by people from marginalized social groups when planning is rooted in segregation, which I published in the Journal of Urban Planning. As you've heard, as tenants, we have experienced both bad and good process, and therefore bad and good planning. And I'm going to give one last shout out. It's my last ditch effort regarding the existing built forms. I want to draw your attention to attachment 1, which includes photographs of the existing Victorian houses. It says something about preserving the houses. I'm in favor of incorporating the houses, and there is a drawing later in that document for a rough sketch for a way to do that. And so I encourage whoever implements this actionable item to consider creative architectural form. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Bill? No? Bill, thanks a lot. Hannah.
Hello again. My name is Hannah Fulcher, and I live at 13 Close Avenue. I am also a member of Spunta, the group that developed the vision and principles of the master planning report for the UHN lands in South Parkdale with the city and UHN staff. This southern block of Parkdale, and in particular this stretch of Close Avenue and Springhurst, has a long history of espousing and enacting these values that align with social medicine, human rights, and social justice. Starting as far back as 1905, suffragette Sarah Wilson, a member of the Political Equality League, lived at 1 Close Avenue and held a knitting tea for the members of the Political Equality League of Suffragettes. In the late 80s and early 1990s, 3 Close Avenue was the home to a group of Basilian priests and priests in training. As well, the Sisters of St. Joseph lived elsewhere on this stretch. In 1993, 5 to 7 Close Avenue was the home of the Catholic Worker in Zacchaeus House. This community included members of the Christian peacemaker teams held hostage in Iraq in 2005. And those who advocated for their nonviolent return. Community peacemaker team members and staff, both past and present, continue to be part of this community. Since the disbanding of the Toronto Catholic Worker proper, the residents of this collection of houses, including those remaining from the Catholic Worker, including the home on Springhurst, which will be demolished for Dunn House 2, have continued to enact the values of social medicine and justice, communal living, and the betterment of the wider city and neighborhood, albeit in a more informal way. I moved to 13 Close Avenue in 2021 as a creative writing graduate student. As a writer with an interest in oral and community history, I have heard memory stories about the work of the Catholic Worker in Zacchaeus House, and the people they welcomed and supported over that time, some of whom became longstanding and continuing members of this community. At number 5 Close, a resident and I discovered a trove of protest signs for peace and nonviolence connected to events from Iraq to Palestine to the Mi'kmaq territory. In my own experience here as a disabled artist with a brain injury, living first on student grants and then ODSP supplemented by arts grants, says that this is already a social medicine community. Those of us with disabilities and other needs are supported by able-bodied members of this community in many ways, but we are also able to give back within our own means, such as making food for members of our community when they are sick or grieving. Members of this community played a key role in organizing the warm welcome for Dunhouse.
Hannah, I'm afraid you're at time. Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? No? Thanks so much for your deputation. Claire. Oh, Claire's online, right? Yeah. Can you hear me, Claire?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
I don't see myself. Am I showing up on the, oh, start video, I see. There
you are. Go ahead.
Okay. So as a Spunta member, I feel really fortunate to have been part of the visioning process described in this report. My understanding from city staff is that this kind of process is pretty new, so a big thank you to everyone who organized and participated in it. City staff, UHN staff, our city councillor, Gord Perks, and his staff, the architects, and not least our amazing facilitator, Olga, and her great team. I'd like to say that although our community may be unusual in its history and its longevity, I'm sure we're not unusual in our desire to have a genuine voice in shaping any redevelopment involving our homes. So I hope the opportunity to take part in this kind of in-depth visioning process can be extended to other tenant communities facing redevelopment. I would also like to urge the committee to take to heart the community vision and the design principles that came out of this collaborative process and to commit to upholding them in full. I mentioned one tendency of large institutions in my previous deputation, and another tendency in my experience is that they tend to default to doing things the way they've done them before, because it's familiar. Big ships don't turn easily. By way of example, UHN's press statement announcing the creation of Dunhouse 2 was very reminiscent of the original announcements made 5 years ago about the redevelopment of these lands. There was no mention of the community vision for these lands that UHN itself, the city, and Spunta had put months into co-creating last fall, nor was there any mention of the community already living on the lands. So my sense is that those who are committed to the community vision may need to swim against the current of organizational habit. Within Spunta, we have experienced interest, friendliness, and support from individual UHN staff, which we appreciate. But when it comes to UHN as an institution and its approach to redevelopment, we have repeatedly had the sense that their perspective on us is, oh, right, there are people who already live there. What are we going to do about them? Well, we can figure that out later, and for now, let's focus on our amazing vision. So I am concerned that if there's any friction between UHN's own vision and the collectively developed community vision, that their approach may be to treat the community vision as an afterthought and to cut corners on it. We were glad to learn that they've decided to limit the footprint of Dunhouse 2 to only 2 housing lots, which will allow for more flexibility in making the community vision a reality. And I take this to mean that in this case, our concerns were heard and acted on, which I appreciate. But there is a long way to go between now and the final development, so we're very far from being out of the woods. So I urge the committee to really take seriously the community vision and the design principles outlined in this master plan, and to strongly commit to making sure that they are not watered down. You have been entrusted with the responsibility of upholding them, and we need to know that we can count on you. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. Are any questions? No? Claire, thank you. Jim. Welcome.
Hello. I'd like to begin first by thanking you, Gord, for your comments at the conclusion of the previous item, which were very validating. Thank you. My name is James Loney. I live at 15 Close Avenue. I've been a tenant of UHN since 1993, and I am a member of Spunta. I want to express my appreciation for the groundbreaking nature of the city and UHN's engagement with Spunta in developing the shared vision that's being presented to you today, and its accompanying 5 interconnected design principles. For many people, Spunta members certainly included, the particularities of the place in which we live and all the relationships that cohere in that place are crucial to our well-being, and for some of us, our very lives. These particularities and relationships include a vast number of things: the earth under our feet, street corners, corner stores, playgrounds, benches, trees, alleyways and pathways, the flowers and birds and the squirrels and the dogs and the cats and the raccoons that all come and go amongst us, the businesses and services that we use, along with 1,000 other things impossible to enumerate. But the most important of all of these are the relationships of proximity. These are our friends and neighbors that live close to us and help us sustain our being on a daily basis. When a community is separated from its place and a person is separated from its community, they inevitably begin to die. For us, for Spunta, our place of particularity has been the houses of Close, Springhurst, and Dunn Avenue within the neighborhood of South Parkdale, and all the people who have lived amongst us for the past 33 years, 2 years. The opportunity provided us to participate in visioning and decision-making about our housing has given us a way to express our hope and aspiration to maintain the integrity of our community and all of our relationships in the particularities of the place that has sustained us. We can hope that what has been done so far can be the beginning of a model that prevents the extinction of other communities facing redevelopment. Our wish for the current and future residents of Dunn House 1 and 2 is that they can experience a life-giving connection to their neighbors and all the particularities of the place in which they now live, some of whom have not had a home for a very long time. We welcome them with open arms, and we wish to do that as we are, a community that can never be replaced if it is scattered. Thank you, Corey.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions? No? Okay. That takes us to our last deputant, Olga. Oh, you're hiding behind the pillar. That's why I couldn't see you.
Thank you. My name is Olga Semenovich. I'm a community engagement consultant, and I supported the facilitation of this visioning process that we're discussing. I have also previously assisted Spunta with their own independent visioning work. I wanted to add my voice to highlight the value of this visioning process and the broader benefits of undertaking this type of process with residents of existing communities. From my very first interaction with Spunta, I learned about their deep love for this community and the land, as you heard, and the strong culture of care that exists here, as well as the meaningful connections residents have built within the broader neighborhood. From the outset, I heard a clear desire to see a future for this community that learns from this past, one that builds on its strengths and integrates what is great about this community into the future, into the new development. I want to congratulate the Housing Secretariat for convening this visioning process and bringing all the parties together to participate as partners in this co-creating a vision for the future, and especially for inviting residents as partners in that process. What makes this vision unique is that it integrates the lived wisdom of an existing community that developed organically over time, many of whom come from groups that have experienced marginalization. It also includes a commitment to continue centering the voices of residents on an ongoing basis. Another important value of this approach is that it strengthens tenants' understanding of planning processes and considerations, enabling them to participate as informed partners in decisions that directly affect their lives. This process reflects a genuine commitment to participatory decision-making and to a human rights-based approach to housing as outlined in the Toronto Housing Charter. I encourage the City of Toronto to continue building with residents and including them as equal voices at the table. By doing so, the city has an opportunity to set a powerful precedent for inclusive, community-centered approach in housing development. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Olga? No? Olga, if I can just say thank you so much for your role in facilitating this work. It was really invaluable. Okay. That completes the deputations on this item. Are there any questions of staff? No? Then I'll move the item. And a lot of people got thank yous and so on. I just want to acknowledge two outstanding City of Toronto employees, Matt Hilder and Dan Nicholson from the Affordable Housing Office and the Planning Department, who really gave a lot of themselves to this, and I hope learned new ways of doing things we'll take on into other work. Okay, so I've moved the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries, and that will go on to council, and I'm pretty sure will get adopted, and then that becomes official city policy. Okay. We have two items left. PH 2811, which is 53 Strachan Avenue, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We have one deputant, Mark Richardson.
And something should be coming up on the screen here.
Right. Thank you, Dan. We're just going to try doing this one more time. I'll push all the way in.
There we go. So something flash.
Yeah, there we go.
Perfect. All right, councillors, as you know, I'm Mark Richardson. I'm the volunteer technical lead with Housing Now TO. We have been tracking affordable housing projects in the city for over 7 years now. The site before you today at 53 Strachan is also known as 805 Wellington. It's that pink building down here at the bottom that we looked at a few years ago with our affordable housing lab students at the U of T School of Cities. We did a number of things on this site, and I really want you to understand that this is already a highly constrained site, and we would advise you today to not proceed with a heritage designation on this site. It will only add complexity and challenge to a site that you want to build under the Toronto Builds portfolio. So this site is against the railway lands. It has a bunch of challenges in the building itself is in terrible condition and has been for a long time. You can see the structural bracing that's having to take place on the outside of it. You had to evacuate it in the middle of COVID because of a sinkhole underneath the building. In addition, the site's a weird shape. It's up against the railway, and it has a whole bunch of sewer infrastructure bumping up against the back of it as well. We iterated this site over a number of years. We came in at about 300 units. My understanding is that the project from the Create TO is likely to be closer to 500 on this site is what they're aiming for. It's a very, very challenging site. And we're not coming out of nowhere with our concerns today. There's something in the report that's in front of you that says there's no financial impact. City planning confirms there is no financial impact from making this a designated heritage site. We all know that there is a financial impact to this. We can talk to the folks doing the 610 Bay redevelopment. There's a financial impact to this heritage designation on these properties. And we're also not coming out of nowhere asking you to defer it. About 10 years ago, Toronto East York Community Council was looking at a designation of a church site at Danforth and Bowden. Councillor Fletcher at the time asked for it to be deferred indefinitely. That is now a very successful affordable housing mass timber project that still has some heritage retention to it without adding the step of designation. So we're just asking you to pay it forward like this council did in 2015 to give your own teams the flexibility they will need to deliver affordable housing on this site. We think the building's condition is a lot like the Palace Arms. It's not going to be savable, and you're asking a lot and putting additional barriers in front of this project if you do choose to proceed with designation, and you don't have to do that. You could follow the Bowdoin example. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mark? No, seeing none. Mark, thanks for your deputation.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of staff? Where did Councillor Matlow go? Right here. Oh, you're in my blind spot. Got to make sure we've got quorum. Yeah. Any questions of staff? No? Okay, I'll move to staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Which leaves us the additional item from the mayor. Are there questions of staff on it? No? Councillor Nunziata, you had an amendment?
Yes, I do have an amendment, and it's, we'll put it on the screen. And just say that the report that the mayor has included was part of my motion that I moved previously. So it's opportunities to harmonize and coordinate the application processes for tree injury or removal permits and minor variances to reduce challenges arising from conflicting outcomes. So that's my amendment for 1A.
Okay, any questions of the mover? Does anyone need to speak? So why don't we take the amendment and the item together? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We don't have any bills or anything like that, do we? Members, our work is done. See you later.